Discord. Introduce your characters and your name so that I can grab the correct character to put on the map for you. So starting with Bob.
I am Bob. I am a short, burly man with a beard. And my life's goal is to be the world's most famous luchador.
Righty. And are you able to see and or control the token?
It says wait for your DM to start the game session.
Are you able to see and or control the token?
I am Bob and I can do it, yes.
Okay,
I can see
cool.
Bob.
Cool. Good.
It's snowing. I like it.
Buffy, your turn. Who are you?
I am Ward. I'm a Warforged, and I protect thing and I attack thing.
Righty.
It's my
Anything else
complicated
you'd like to
backstory.
add? Cool. And just make sure that you can control that really quick. Next would be Nova. Who are
Should
you?
I be able to control Bob?
I don't think there's individual player perms. So just
Okay.
just ask permission before you control Bob. You'll be okay with it.
I'm playing Nibbles. I am Mouse. I am Mouse Cleric.
Okay.
Mouse
Nibbles.
Cleric.
Got you
Mouse.
there. Just make sure you can see.
Oh my
move,
goodness.
And then
How tiny are
you?
you?
Are next.
Small.
Oh.
Rapato. Also, I heard Nibbles'
Oh,
name
it's
wrong.
so cute.
Nibbles.
You right, nipples?
Oh,
I did hear nipples of a mouse cleric.
No.
What size are you, Bob?
Hmm?
Bob,
What size are
what does Bob look like? Because I just see a tiny little creature in your image.
Yes,
What race are
that is-
you?
Bob is a mountain dwarf.
Ah, okay.
But with
So
dreams
these are
of flying.
These are my children. Are you also a tiny creature?
I mean, definitely shorter than an adult, so maybe an adolescent.
Oh.
So I guess
Alrighty,
it
and lastly, Zephyr, who are you playing today?
I am Takashi. I am a samurai in full armor. Just traveling the world.
One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, Ward. What the fuck?
Oh, like it was just like a good like three-fifths of the party is just strange people with one-word names, and then there's Ward who's also just a one-word name, but slightly different strange.
Look, man, we didn't know what we were getting into. Okay, we had to make acceptable characters.
No, that's fair. Okay, cool. So with that, does anyone need a minute, or is everyone good to start getting a going?
Yeah, okay.
Probably good to go.
Sounds like. Okay. Let me see. I will read out a little info for you so that you can sort of get in the mind space, and then in a second we will start off everything. So, and just double checking really quick. All of you are level 6, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I think so.
Okay. Yes, you're still
late
allowed
for
to
that
change your
now.
spells. You have a few minutes. Okay. So, all of you have been traveling together in the cold darkness of winter storm. Heavy snow and strong winds are forcing you to seek emergency shelter as the escalation of the negative weather in the environment has pushed you far out of the way of the forest that you once thought you were traveling clearly through. As you are sort of making your way through the storm, the temperature continues to drop as evening hits. The sight of smoke in the distance is providing guidance towards what hopefully is a nearby settlement. And as you continue to trudge through the snow, ahead of you, what appears to be what the smoke that you saw in the distance and could almost smell through the wind comes closer into view, and you do see what appears to be the chimney of a small inn, or at very least form of shelter in the nearby distance. So, with that, are we ready to start? Any
Smoke, there's fire.
questions? Alrighty then. So, approaching what appears to be a small village on a cold winter night, one might also, I should left out in the beginning, it's the holiday season. All of you are expecting from most of the villages you've passed through merriment, delight, decoration, festivities to be abound, as the largest insert winter holiday here is right around the corner. As you approach what appears to be the outskirts of this village on this cold winter night, one might expect the rapture of holiday delight. The buildings were covered by a fresh blanket of snow. The buildings were covered by a fresh blanket of snow, but something was missing. The spirits seemed to be low. No children are playing, no lights have been hung, no trees decked with tinsel, no songs to be sung. The silence was eerie, the mood was quite dire. The inn offered shelter, but no warmth by its fire. The only building in the small village you have stumbled on with any lights in the large house, with any lights on, is a large house that appears to be a local inn. So, do you all take shelter from the storm in the inn?
Yeah.
Does the inn look inviting, or does it look kind of like it's gonna?
This fire's
It's the only building with lights on.
the
appears
Come
to
on,
be a
fire's
children.
in warm.
Come on, children, let's get out from the storm.
All the small people and one ward. Did you rename your name to Ward?
Yeah.
Ward.
My name's Ward, and it's Ward for short.
Alrighty. So
Short
as you
word.
approach the inn, the only seems to be respite from the cold. You immediately notice that there is something a bit off on the inside. So once you let's see. So entering the inn, the flames in the fireplace on the opposite side have nearly gone out. It is just a trickle of smoke coming up from some embers. There are a few candles and lanterns providing dim lighting throughout the room here, and there appears to be a dozen or so adults scattered around, seem to be picking at cold food or drinks, ale and wine, and a few people seem to look up and notice you entering, but even fewer of them seem to care that you have. Inside, the feeling was in no way improved. The patrons were quiet, barely anyone moved. The group stepped up to the bar and asked what's going on. Bartender frowned. All our joy is gone. The children have been taken away by a being most foul, who loathes Christmas Day. He looked round the room and lowered his voice. A lich has enslaved all our girls and boys.
That's rude.
Labor. Make their own kisses here.
As you look around the room, you see a few of the patrons speaking in hushed tones, whispering, and a few of them look your way. But there is a definite gloom over the mood of the village, as it appears good amount of the adults, as it is a small village, seem to have taken shelter here, and it is mood most dour. So, as you stand there, the bartender kind of leans in a little closer. You wouldn't be happen here to do anything about it, would you?
I mean, we could do something about it. Right, folk? We could help in the merriment of CHRIMUH.
Indeed, we should help these kids. If a hag or a witch has taken them, we need to bring them back.
Okay, John, he just said it was a lich.
What's a lich?
Yeah, what is a lich?
Saint Licholus.
Oh,
Of course,
no.
of course.
It's the worst kind.
See, we've been having a lot of things where we walk into a town and people expect us to solve our problems for us. But the question is, like, why don't they try themselves? Bob will get up on the table. Has any of you tried to go and get your own kids back? This just seems like irresponsible parenting. They all have iPads.
One of the men stands up in the back of the room. Was it 4 days ago or so, after the children all went missing, a group of us headed out into the woods in search of what went missing. There was maybe a dozen or so, and followed the tracks through the snow. And they have not yet returned, and that was near 4 days ago.
And the rest of you?
The following day, when we went looking for that group, the snow covered what signs of tracks they left behind and had followed the day before. And we wandered for a day, but not able to find where they went to.
Right, so we don't even know where to go then.
At this point, a woman sort of chimes up who's a bit closer to you. There's rumors. We just,
Yeah, we are an inn.
I always thought it was just, the local legend, but now that the children are missing, we don't think it is so anymore. Long since, as long as this village has been here, there's been rumors of a lich living in the hills surrounding the village, up in the caves, but we always just figured it was something to tell the children to scare them from venturing too far. But now, it must be what took them.
Right, no, not like wild animals or, a bad piper guy. You didn't come through here?
I hate that Piper guy.
Maybe Mr. Beast is in town?
I hate that Monsieur Beast.
Monsieur Beast.
He's just a local ranger.
The first man is still standing, chimes in again. It could have been this monsieur you're speaking of, but it was there was a cart and tiny footprints. That is the trail that was followed the first day. So wild animals are not expected, and they also would not be cause for children just missing from their beds in the morning.
Right.
It feels like, this town clearly didn't have a concept of stranger danger. And that's...
There's never been an incident like this before in Whovale.
In what? Wait, where are we?
In Whovale.
Excuse me. In who? Oh goodness! If we're in a town that don't even know who they are, I think we're gonna have a wrecking of a time here.
Bob's gonna like crouch down and like, he's like,
oh no,
like gesture everyone in for a huddle. Like these people look like very, kind of idiots, but
this sounds like the work of the great Grinch Bezos.
or
not Grinch Bezos.
No.
It's that or Monster or Beast, and either it's bad. We don't want to see Beast Game Season 2. you think we want to help these people, or get a room for a night and move on to the next place that might know who the hell they are and lock their doors at night? And
I
We
mean,
probably take a
Bad.
room because it's currently storming pretty bad outside, so we should take a room either way. and decide in the morning.
I mean, it's kind of Kris Kringle, so I think we should stay and help the kids.
Okay. Bob's gonna stand back up again, and he's like, he's gonna flex his perpetually oiled muscle. He says, we've discussed, and we're willing to lend you our arms.
What the fuck
but,
was that? What the fuck
It
was
was
that?
a flip, bro.
Yeah, you gotta flex.
Oh,
Like
that was
the
a really
Mr.
gross flex.
Mr. Universe flex pose.
Oh,
But you're gonna come with us.
We're taking them with us?
We're calling a
Oh.
posse.
huh?
Gonna
Oh.
hunt down this beast or Bazos. Get your pokers and your snowshoes and I guess your coats.
We need to save the kids before they get dragged to the metaverse.
Jesus Christ, it's getting confusing already.
There is.
God damn it. As you sort of let out this call to action, there is a bit of a sentiment. You see a few of them kind of just like sink a little bit deeper into their cups, and a few of them look around. The two that were addressing you kind of share a look across the room before looking back towards you. And the one woman just sort of chimes in again. Oh, well, with the loss of tracks and failed rescue attempts already, where are we going to look? We have no more clues.
They're asking a bunch of strangers. Haven't offered us any reward, by the way. To walk around in the snow and look for your kids.
Yeah, you guys don't really want these kids back.
Heart.
Were you just bad kids or something?
I mean, you can either come with us or pay us. Those are the two options.
As you send out this line of query and statement, the door to the end flies wide open and the cold air blows. In blew the cold. A young girl steps in, confident and bold.
Oh, perfect.
I escaped from the bad things. I know where they are. Inside the mountain. It isn't too far.
Doesn't they need us anymore?
Your kid is back. Perfect. All right, guys. We'll see you next year.
The woman runs forward. Her parent embraces her. She was hugged and she was kissed. But the rest of the children were still being missed. Hello, strangers, the girl said. You look quite brave. Would you please help me rescue my friends held in the cave?
I don't know, little girl.
Good.
Their parents don't really seem to want them all that badly.
I don't know. Did they behave?
Hey, no, you're nice.
Okay, we're all speaking in prose now. You can't rhyme, you don't say shit.
I don't think I want to rhyme all day long, guys. I think
yeah.
I'm not that witty. I think I have like 2 intelligence here. I don't. All right. Well. All right. Well, I'm glad you know where your friends are. But do you think we could sleep for the night? Because it's blustery outside, and I think if we do this now, we might. What the fuck? Sorry. What the fuck? Sorry, I put on a Christmas background playlist, and fucking Cartoon Network's The Powerpuff Girls song is playing. But it's like a holiday remix, it claims. That fucking threw me the fuck off.
Sorry.
Sugar and spice and everything nice, and they're just little gingerbread girls.
Oop.
So a few of the adults rush up to help the child. You see that the bartender grabs a blanket and brings it over with a steaming cup of something warm and hands it to them as they kind of sit her down. and a few of the adults at this point have kind of come up and sort of stood near you. And while they're checking on here, you see a few of the men are seems to be preparing themselves to go outside. But the bartender kind of comes over, and while the mother is caring for the child, just a little woman, what is it exactly you saw? At which point the girl says that she was woken from her bed in the middle of the night by a small scaly creature who quickly gagged her, bound her, and carried her away from the house as her family was sleeping.
I was expecting a rhyme, but that ended pretty great.
Damn. Yeah, literally.
I was expecting something like, I didn't
He like snaps out of it from rhyming and is like, actually, I was tormented. They took everything from me. It's like,
slung her over those.
oh.
And then he cut off several of my toes.
Many more of the creatures rounded up the children from other homes and put all of us together inside a wagon. And then the children, she says, were then taken up into the mountains.
Sounds like it might be a dragon.
And at the top of the highest mountain, were held inside a cave. Where they were chained up and forced to craft all kinds of different contraptions.
This definitely sounds like the Great Lich Bezos.
I hope not. I don't like that guy.
Usually it's weird that he's in a tropical location. Usually he hangs out in the Amazon.
Jesus.
That was funny. Well, so like, is this a thing we gotta do now? Because again, it is storming outside. Don't know if this has to be.
Baby, it's cold outside.
Also, DM, quick question: in the character preferences,
Yeah.
is there a way to turn off like the 2024 stuff? Because I'm like seeing duplicates of spells, and I can't pick a spell if there's.
You do that when you
10.
make the character sheet. You can turn off on the first page. You can turn off
which
core
one is it?
rules. You
Is it
want to
core
have
rules?
Yeah, because
Okay.
core rule set is the like D&D rule set. The 2014 ones are the ones that you want.
Okay, what about the expanded rules?
So
I keep those on because I don't think the like 2024
you want
stuff
expanded rules,
Mhm.
and you want legacy. You don't want just core rules. Yeah, core rules is the current stuff. You want
Thank
like
you.
legacy.
Sorry. It like switched it because I was gonna go reference Shules, but they turned it on for Shules too, and I was like, God damn it.
Yeah,
I
it's
will fix
on
those
by
things.
default.
Thank you. Okay.
Let
Alright.
us know if no problem.
So alright, team, wait, let's huddle back in. I think like all of us are small except for like Takashi and Ward, so it's just kinda like the three of us like huddling, but then like
whispering to her knees.
The rest of the
We're
kneecaps
just standing
join
over
in.
you.
yeah. So like I think like we should help them because like they clearly
agree.
need our help.
This sounds like
Those
a
guys are
job
gonna be
for
us over too.
a ward.
I thought we were your wards. Oh right, that's your name.
Patrick
Forgot.
Award.
But I won't do it without a reward.
So Bob will kind of like okay, so we're doing it for money then.
If they want us to slay that dragon, the least they can offer is a flagon.
All in agreement.
Yeah, some money would be nice, but
Yeah.
I do want to help the kids.
Yeah, I need to buy my family some gifts.
You have a
So
family?
Bob will.
Wow.
What do you mean you have a family?
Oop.
You guys are my family.
Aww.
Aw.
So Bob will kind of like raise his head out a little bit from the huddle and announce to the room like come hither, come closer, and bring us your stuff. Unless of course one child is enough. And he will rub his 2 fingers and his thumb together.
Bartender sort of speaks up. Oh, now. I'm sure that we can find some agreement for your aid, but we don't have a lot here. But if you're able to find them, I'm sure that we can scrape together how would you put it, a reward for the heroes that bring back the rest of our children.
If you wanted to save your kinder, you're gonna need to be kinder.
Huh?
Didn't rhyme, but
It rhymed in like the Eminem way things rhyme, you know? Orange door hinge.
is that a song of his? Or a
Yes,
rap of
I think
his, I
so.
guess?
I think so.
Orange and door hinge.
Oh.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He's famous for, you know, rhyming things that don't rhyme together by just saying them wrong.
Force rhymes.
To be fair, I feel like that's half of rappers and singers these days. But
How dare you insult Nicki Minaj like that?
Yeah, use the other established ways of insulting her.
One of my favorite parts of Dispatch was, like, I played it, it was
Don't
great.
spoil
I
it. Don't
enjoyed
spoil
things.
it. Pixels wants
Yeah,
to play
don't
it.
spoil
So there's this
Minaj.
character, and there's just a part where they just insult this character, and all of the puns they make are so
Oh
good.
yeah. Oh my god, with
That's-
Prism. Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah, I love that part. That part made me laugh so hard.
anyhow,
Yeah.
there is a so they said that they can scrape together the village can pitch in and bring a reward for their kids, but they'll need a little time to get the money from the various houses. And
You guys got
the
any like
bars,
powerful magical heirlooms that you've been passing down your family for this exact moment? I don't,
you see a lot of blank faces and confused looks. But as you do so, they should. Will that not suffice?
Task is tall, the danger great. Perhaps it's not the time to negotiate.
I will like awkwardly kind of start looking over at like Bob. Are you okay?
Give me a second to come up with a rhyme. That rhyme something rhymes with seizure, or tumor, I guess.
This is no time to joke. Bob has clearly suffered from a stroke.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that Maracas the Grinch?
Yeah.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You're a fugly piece of shit.
Don't think that's the lyrics I remember.
You take bendy strange toilets because you love to suck down piss, Mr. Grinch.
Okay. Well, so the bartender. So will that work?
The war would be fine.
All right. Well, I'll get together what I can from behind the bar, and if you want to, begin looking, I'm sure the weather will clear up soon. And the little girl will just say, I can tell you where the path is that I followed down where they took my friends.
That would be
We
helpful.
don't need it. Now,
No, what the fuck?
No spoilers. I want to do this by myself.
Oh.
No backseating.
Let's see. They at this point, the parents sort of like wrapping the blanket around her, and it appears the girl has warmed up a bit. Say, we're gonna take her back to our home. But if she'll point out the way along the way if you will all. Looks like some of the weather's clearing up, at least for a bit.
Sounds like a plan. If you
Said
want
the little
something
man.
killed, I'm your man.
Jesus Christ. And so the husband sort of like goes over to the door of the inn and cracks it open, and while it's still cold out, the door is not blown open as strongly as it was a little while ago. So he gestures over for them. Looking outside, while the sky is not completely cleared, you're able to see a much better distance than before. And you're able to make out sort of like the ridge line of the mountains that this village sits at the foot of the hill of. And as they begin heading out, the little girl just sticks her arm out and points towards one of the mountains. That is where I came from. The one directly behind the blacksmith. Looks like a smiling face is carved into the rocks at its base. And with that, the parents sort of tuck her arm back into the blanket and say, gonna get her tucked away, but if you need anything else, let us know. Our house is the last one left. And they begin heading out into the evening. So, with that and a point of direction, you see the mountain past the end of the village, the one not completely solitary peak, but definitely the most notable from this perspective. Is there anything you would like to do?
So wait, we're going outside now?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're leaving. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I was kind of hoping for a nap, but I understand.
No, I'll carry you while we walk so that you can take a nap.
Okay.
We'll
I'll
swaddle
take
you.
a
I like
nap.
swaddle them up in like tons of blankets, just holding it like a burrito as I walk.
little basket of babies.
All can be jumped to the nearest fire station.
No,
Jesus
wait a minute.
Christ.
Jesus,
Hold
yeah,
up.
that took me a second to realize.
Free to a good home.
So the guidance provided by the girl is quite easy to follow, as there's not too many other directions you can go towards. But on the other side of the blacksmith, you do indeed find a small trail that leads up to the mountain without too much difficulty. So I take it you will head up the trail.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
All right. So as you begin heading up the side of the mountain, you get to about halfway point in your journey, from what you can tell, without too much trouble. It seems to be a pretty straight shot. But around this point, it begins to snow again, and the trail itself becomes significantly steeper. You're now sort of climbing a bit more than walking. And as the weather continues to worsen, the trail is now effectively all difficult terrain. You are fighting not just the terrain itself, but also the snow and wind that are slowing your movements steadily. The trail up the mountain was cold, hard, and steep. The snow from the storm was nearly knee-deep. A sharp wind blew fiercely as the group trudged along. It seemed in the distance that they could hear a song. Something of snowmen and wanting to build them, but the ones that appeared were trying to kill them. These snowmen were not jolly, but appeared to be bad. The look in their eyes showed they were indeed mad. And as you progress, you do see figures appearing out of the snow, coming towards you, arms wailing in various directions. They do appear to be snowmen, but bloodied and beaten and wailing at you madly. I am going to need all of you to roll initiatives.
Initiative already.
It's a lucky 13.
Yes. Let's see.
That is just like in my arms. It's like, oh, that's bad. Like just looking at the like snowman.
Hey, it's time to wake up now.
Oh no, we're capitalist snowman.
Do the snowmen have like hats? Like, are these like? Or are they just like what I'm asking? Are these like magical like animated hat snowmen or like just like snow golems?
Give me 1 second, because there are a few different versions depending on character level. So give me a second. Okay. There are 4 snowmen. God, who did that?
Did what?
Oh.
I don't like
I
where
love that
snowman
Calcifer
is.
is Rudolph.
Sorry, but why does that snowman have balls? I'm sorry. Just...
No, wait a
Hey,
minute.
No,
yo.
he's armed.
Oh, you sure?
Oh man.
So, there are a number of these snow people, and I will give you the description once get everyone.
Don't worry, guys. This will be snow problem.
I'm gonna make you fight on the grave that you've made here. So, he's carrying all of you. Is Takeshi, are you in front of Ward carrying all the children?
Yeah,
No, he's carrying Takeshi as well.
Oh, okay.
Back and forward.
Takeshi's on my shoulders, like.
Okay, so you said that you're in front of him or behind?
Right.
Okay, in front. I'm gonna put you there, and then you all get to fight on this beautifully colored kaleidoscope of doodles.
Yay, Christmas!
Give the snowman back his balls.
I tried to erase him. I don't know who gave him to him again.
Not his balls, those are his chin.
Yeah.
Got a strong
He's
chin.
a Bolchinian.
He's careful, he's gonna snap his fingers. So when you say mad, do you mean as in like angry or as in insane?
Good distinction.
You will soon find out.
Madness. This is Sparta.
Just kick him.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Guys, did God say that there was 4 of them?
Yes, he did.
Just said multiple.
Also, I like that there's no person. They're gender neutral. This is
Yeah.
This is good. This is good.
Someone did that.
Does someone? Do one of them have like boobies?
No, that would make him a snow woman.
You will find out short. Oh, no, the table crashed. 1 second.
Quickly, do stuff while he's not looking.
Okay.
I need another word that ends in AD.
In
Already
AD?
looking.
Yeah. We've got a glad snowman, a mad snowman, and a sad snowman. I need another one.
A trad snowman or a Chad snowman.
Trad snowman.
Yeah, the traditional one.
Finally, he's got a carrot nose and a little hat and rocks for buttons.
It's a trad wife. Watch out.
Yeah, we could have Chad. Chad is good as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Chad Snowman. He's stronger than the rest.
Imagine a dad snowman. He's just got a mustache and a newspaper.
You can use dissonant whispers as well quite well. This makes puns.
Now it'll be easier to distinguish when we attack.
Yay. My cat was sound asleep, and then I started rolling up this yarn bowl she pulled out, and she's like, "Huh?
Well, you touching the toys, bro.
It's not. This is not toys. This one's not toys. I bought her a new toy.
Just because you bought new toy doesn't mean everything else in the house isn't also toy.
Go away, Moira.
I have a tinderbox. And a torch.
Okay. So
They actually have the thing on the top of the table now.
Do.
Yeah, the initiative is here.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh, that's
Yeah,
nice.
there's a nice little initiative tracker at the top.
Cool. That is good. So, Bob, you are going to be first. The snowmen appear to be coming towards all of you, emerging from the snow drifts and packs and in from the darkness. Yes, and they are what would you call? They are shaped like snowmen. They have coal on them and twigs. There are multiple balls of snow that are compounded onto each other, and they are coming towards you, wavering and moaning.
Moaning.
What would you like to do, Bob?
Bob is going to take the torch from his, I guess, backpack or whatever he uses to carry items, and he's going to light it with tinderbox.
Okay. So you take your action to light a torch?
Yes.
Okay. You now have a lit torch, fighting back against the darkness and the cold of the snow.
Good. And also hopefully against the snowman. Or sorry, snow person.
Potentially.
And I guess that is in fact, and then Bob will go crazy, and use a rage action.
Is anybody else like slightly uncomfortable by the image for the snowman?
I mean, they do look like they drool slightly while they.
Have you gotten a good look at the
figures.
image for those snowmen yet? Zoom in and look at that shit. That's
Jesus
crazy.
Christ.
He kind of reminds me of what is it, Ketsu from Monster Hunter, the all white one.
Well, it looked like
Full,
that.
full disclosure, that is just a snow golem token. So it is not an accurate depiction.
Yeah, but Penzi.
Okay, Bob. So you raged, you ignite a torch. Is there any movement or anything you would like to do?
No, that'll be it. How far away are we actually?
Let's see. You guys, let me move you all into your own squares. Get everything sorted there. We will say that they are coming in. Let's see. Let's say that you guys are on a path that's about 10 feet wide. They're coming in from the sides of the path. Yeah, they're about 15, 20 feet in front of you. You can't. I mean, you can see a bit further, but not clearly, and it is difficult terrain, so all movement is happening. So they're this is the correct distance now. I think I'd say is in a good spot.
Okay. Yep, that's fine. Bob will just ready his anti-snowman weapon.
Okay.
Sorry, snow
the
person.
fire is prepared. Yeah. Pato. It is your turn.
All right, I'm going. Hold on, sorry, I have to also play with the cat. I am going. Where am I? Oh, I need a refresh, I think. Because it was showing me the legacy and the new ones, and I forgot to refresh. Yeah, there you go. Now I only have one. Okay, there we go. It's a lot nicer. Nice. Is the wind blowing?
Yeah, there is blowing wind and there's falling snow and the hour is getting darker.
Okay. I'm going to. Guys, do we want to take care of them? Oh, is it only level? Yeah, fuck it. Are they close to each other? Yeah, they are. It's a 5-foot sphere? How do I make a 5-foot sphere? Oh, overlay?
There is a tool Yeah, you got it.
Feet. What are your rulings on spells? Like, would this hit both of them?
Yeah, that hits both.
Okay.
It gets close enough.
Guys, it's awfully cold out here. I don't want to have to be out here for much longer than we have to. So, let's just and I'll do a little like ranger pointer, like finger guns, and I'm going to cast flaming sphere on the two of them.
Okay. So you put the sphere in the middle. So the sphere itself is this big, but it affects everything adjacent to it.
Yeah.
So you put a flaming sphere in the middle. Okay. Does anything happen when the flaming sphere first appears?
I think it's when they end their turn. Yeah.
I want to check. I think you can do stuff with it on the first turn.
Any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of the sphere, half as much as a bonus action. You move the sphere. I didn't say anything at like the start of the turn, I believe.
Did it say anything about using a bonus action to attack with it?
It says you can use a bonus action. Oh, if you ram the sphere into a creature. Okay, so I guess I can use a bonus action to ram it with the ball?
Yes, you can. So,
okay.
What do you have to do to ram?
It is a... My cat is stepping on my... No! Ah, don't kick me. She's like stepping on my keyboard. And now it's gone. Saving throw against the sphere's damage. So it's a Dex 14.
So they have to make a Dex save when you ram them?
I'm going to ram the one Dex closest 14. To Takashi.
Okay. Dex save. 2. That is a 13. I believe that fails.
Yay! And then it will take 7 damage.
7 damage. Alrighty. As you, whoops, that's an extra 0 in there. That's not right. As you ram the sphere into the backside of this snowman, it lets out a hiss of snow being melted and turned to
my
steam.
My ass is melting. My ass.
Do they speak? Do they say anything?
Getting to that part. You hear like a groan or a grumble, but not something that sounds particularly coherent as words. But there's definitely an audible reaction other than the hissing of steam escaping from the snow. Anything else you would like to do, Pato?
Nope.
Alrighty. Takeshi, it is your turn.
I am going to run up to the one that just got attacked and take 2 swings at him with my katana.
Alrighty. Pull out your sword and make 2 swings. Go ahead and roll your attacks.
21 to hit for the first one and 25 to hit for the second one.
20. Yeah, those definitely both hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right. 14 points of slashing damage for the first one. And then, oh, that's a 1. Let me re-roll that 1. Because of my feet, great weapon hand, I can re-roll 1. Make that 3. Second one is 14 points of slashing damage as well.
All righty. So as you sort of like run up and deliver these 2 strikes, you see the snowman in front of you crumples to the floor, and along your blade and splattered in the snow in both directions, illuminated by the fire from the the flaming orb, you see crimson blood spilled in the snow. And as the snowman crumples in front of you, you see what not is a horrible creature, but a human fall out of the the middle of the pile of snow.
Oh my god!
Oh.
Folks, there seems to be people in this. What the hell? I go ahead and just try to examine in person if I can real quick.
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check.
Perception. Okay. 16.
Yeah, no, there was definitely a human trapped inside this mound of snow. They're currently bleeding out and unconscious. But
Takashi, what did you do?
Oh my god.
Based on the clothing and their appearance, they look like they might be from the village. They appear to be an adult.
Oh no. Everyone,
we're not
be
here for
careful.
them.
There seems to be people. We're not here for that. We need to be careful. There's actually people inside of these.
Oh shit.
Okay. I'm just gonna try to
with that roll and what you're looking at, and given the path that you've been on, could be the missing people.
Oh
my god. Oh my god.
Boy.
I'm sure this is unrelated.
Wait a minute.
Alrighty.
I mean, what are the odds?
Anything else you would like to do with Takashi?
Finish him.
I'm just gonna. I can't really do anything. Just as a bonus action, I'm just gonna try to stop the bleeding. If I can.
Okay.
Just like put my hands over where I cut them.
Yeah. You just like lean down and try to staunch the flow. Fair enough. So you all see Takashi like lean over and like try to heal or help this person that is now bleeding out in the snow because the pool of blood is growing. That is his turn. Now we go to sad snow person. The flaming sphere is at the end of their turn, or?
Yes, if they end their turn in the thing, they will burn.
Alrighty. Let's see.
If I do that, can I move the person out the way?
I was gonna say.
If I do that, can I move that person out the way?
Yeah, you want to drag them back? I'd let you drag them.
Yes.
I think you only have to pull them 5 feet in the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only a 5 foot distance.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Good point. Let's see. So with that, this one is going to kind of like lumber forward. I'm actually going to see if they roll something really quick. Okay. They kind of stumble forward. They avoid the ball of fire, but slowly begin stumbling towards all of you. Let's see. Not far at all. 10, 20. Okay, you can only move to about there. As they sort of just like stumble slowly forward.
Wow.
Next one, Nibbles. It's your turn.
Yippee! I want to call upon the cheese moon and to bring down the moonbeam ice cream.
Moonbeam ice cream.
Watch out, there are people inside that orbital laser.
Yep. Fuck these evil.
Jesus. Okay, where would you like to put that? And you can draw a overlay circle if you'd like to place that. I believe it's a 10-foot. It should cover 4 squares.
Bam.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Okay, so you can't get both of them, but you could like put it all on one or like near the other. So yeah, somewhere like that. Okay, and I believe that's at the start of their turns that does something.
It blows them up.
What's the save?
I believe there's a save at the start of their turns.
Yeah, a con 14 blow up save.
Oh
Okay,
God.
cool. Here. So that will come around at the start of their turns. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn, Dennis?
Take out my giant flamethrower from the back of my pocket.
Oh my God.
No, that's it.
Jesus. Okay, then Lord, it is your turn.
Oh wait, you can do the damage. It says when the spell area enters. When it enters the spell area or ends a turn, it has to make a save. With me, boom. Moonbeam.
Moonbeam ice cream.
It's like the second to last sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just roll for it because of
Yippee.
okay, well, first one saves, so they take half damage.
Damn
Second one fails, so they take. Oh, actually, no, there's not a second one. So just the one that he's in. So he takes half damage.
Okay.
So no person takes that much damage. Just the moon pierces through some of the snow and singes off the concentrated moonlight, singes off some of the freshly fallen flakes of snow. But Ward, what would you like to do?
We're in difficult terrain, right?
Yes, we are.
I'm gonna go forward 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to... Can't reach that guy. Sucks. I can reach the one that's already down, though.
No.
Do I have any options?
I'm gonna just really quickly. I didn't do my math well on this one. This one's actually going to be further along because he had to get out of the fire, and so he did not take an action. He dashed on his turn. So you will be in range of him.
Okay. So I'm gonna beat his ass. But I'm gonna use the flat part of my axe. I'm gonna basically hit him with the side of the axe. Basically, you saying non-lethal. Because yeah, I don't want to
roll your attack.
I don't mind giving him a concussion though. You know. So first attack. That's a dirty 20.
Nice.
That definitely hits.
So that's a 5 damage. Damn, I fucking rolled a 1 on my first attack roll, bro. So that's 5 damage to his face.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to hit him with my second attack. That's 18.
That hits 18 as well. Go ahead and roll damage.
Do better than 1. Yeah, I did way better than 1. 12.
There you go. Yeah, no, that definitely makes contact. You see some of the snow is knocked aside, and beneath the surface you do see what appears to be some clothing or hair or something matted in under the snow of whatever it is, whoever is inside this pile.
Does the evil seem to be defeated?
It kind of staggers back and just kind of mutters something. If you want to roll, you could roll a perception check.
Okay. That's a not great. It's a 9.
They definitely muttered something, but you couldn't quite make out what it was, other than a groan of pain, and kind of just like a heavy labored breathing or something happening.
Then I'm use my bonus action to knock him backwards.
Okay.
Due to my shield. It's a Dex saving throw. Wait. Where does it? It doesn't tell me what saving throw is. It just tells me that it's a Dex saving throw. But it doesn't tell me what the DC is. I think it's 15 because all of my other saving throws are 15, so that makes sense. But I don't know.
They rolled a 13, so probably gonna fail.
Yeah. So
what happens if they fail? They push back 5 feet.
They go 5 feet back. Yep.
Okay. It's knocked back 5 feet. Anything else?
Nope. That's me done.
Alrighty. That brings us to Chad Snowman person, Mad Snowman person, and Glad Snowman person. So first of all, Chadwick here, is going to just kind of meander forward a little bit. And as it does so, it kind of just like shifts quickly to the side, well, relatively quickly, quicker than its other movements. And a small pile of snow is flung towards you, Ward. It is, let's see, and just kind of like a small, like, one might even consider a ball of snow just kind of flies wide over your shoulder. Nothing else happens, though. And then, let me see, this one makes a death saving throw. Right? Yes, they are. And then, this one, it already took the damage from the moonbeam, so it's going to walk forward. And it's going to go over here, and then another sort of small pile of snow kind of like flies off towards you, Nibbles. That's a it's like a 7, which I'm pretty sure misses you.
They're gonna be like, that crit.
No. And then that brings us back to the top of order with Bob.
There was a rock in that one.
All right. Can Bob reach anything? That's just moving the entire
Bob
thing.
it.
That's right. So Bob's gonna come over to Sad Snow Person. Gonna start off by kind of trying to get the torch all up in their grill. I think that's an improvised weapon.
That would be so.
Tavern Brawler strike.
Yeah, so it's using a Tavern Brawler, which I believe just lets you use your strength and proficiency, standard melee attack. And then Tavern Brawler makes it so that everything's a D4. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your attack roll, and we'll see.
That is 18.
Yeah, that definitely hits. So roll the D4. Okay, so then that is 7. So I'm going to do the dice roll as fire damage because torch, and then the strength modifier will be bludgeoning.
Sure.
So as you sort of like take this torch and bash this first snowman with it, you see some of the snow melt away from the fire, and a bit of the snow just sort of like pounded off to the side, revealing what appears to be like part of a shoulder or something underneath the snow. Let's see, 7. So let's see, 5. Alrighty. I believe you have another attack. It is still standing, if not losing a bit of its snow. What is your passive perception block? You still Bob?
Yes, I am 11 passive perception.
Okay. You definitely get that, like, there's definitely another humanoid inside this snow person for sure. And you hear just like muffled sounds of pain coming through it. And that is about all for now. But if you would like to roll another attack, you may.
Sure thing. Let's roll another attack. Is it 25?
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll
Now we're
damage.
sticking with torch, so same damage exactly again. And I believe I get to make as a bonus action, I get to make another attack as I'm raging.
Yes, you may go ahead and do that.
So how does that work? Is that like an unarmed attack, or do I just use a weapon that I'm using?
I think for the barbarian one, you get another attack with your weapon.
Sweet. That is a 14.
That hits as well.
Okay. Hey, a little bit more damage this time.
As you like go to strike, you see some of the snow kind of slough off this figure, and you see like a dazed and confused face for just a moment before you bonk them over the head with a torch, and they fall like a lump of coal to the ground.
That's why they call me Bop. And that should basically be Bop's turn, I think. Bubble.
Right.
Flex and stuff.
Are these non-lethal attacks, or do you go?
Yeah, these are non-lethal attacks.
Okay, just want to check.
Bob wants to get paid. Bob's a luchador, he's a sportsman, and you don't fucking kill people in the ring. Well, normally.
Just checking. Pato, it is your turn, and Takashi, you are next.
Alrighty. I'm gonna try not to panic as I realize I may have almost set someone on fire. And I will ooh, goodness, can I like melt them with the flaming spear instead of like hitting them with it? Is that possible? Like close enough to melt them, not too close to hurt them.
So you would like to try and melt the snow off the people without burning?
Yeah. Yes.
I'd say you could probably do that with the ones that are still covered in snow, but it would be reliant on them kind of staying there and not walking away from it. Because if they're close enough to, if they're close enough to where like you could hit them with it, then it still hurts them. So like essentially like the outer radius. But if they leave there, it wouldn't melt the snow if they walk away from it.
That's fair. So I could just like place it like maybe like close-ish. Like could I put it like here?
I'd say for the ones that still have snow on them, which is Chad and Glad, it will melt their snow, but Sad is probably going to get burnt.
Okay, then I'll put it there then. So Chad gets melted a bit.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Also, I'm going to post a picture. I don't know why there's a child in this picture, because it definitely specifically says they're all adults, but this is the picture.
Maybe the other party got a child to come with them.
Adult from it, like an adult gnome.
Yeah, it could be an adult though.
The piercings definitely lead it to being maybe an adult.
No, that's fair.
This is
also quite buxom for a child.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
Wish your grip is out though, Dad.
Anyhow, anything else you would like to do, Pato? Because I believe it's your bonus action to move the sphere.
I would like to good berries heal, right? Heal people.
Good berries do in fact heal.
I would like. Is it still okay that my necklace gives me a casting of good berries?
Sure, you can still have your necklace.
Yay! Okay, then I will scamper 5, 10, 15 over here and feed mad snow person a good berry.
All righty. So you sort of lean over this snow person who's currently not looking too good. They are both probably a little bit frostbitten, as well as bleeding out from a few serious cuts. And you lean down and you hand them a good berry, and some of their more severe wounds begin to close, and you see their eyes shoot open for a moment and sort of look at you with fear and panic before just kind of like lulling off for a second, kind of like in and out of consciousness, but now awake and no longer bleeding out.
Like I went unconscious and woke up to a fish feeding him berries.
Yep. But they are, it seems like they're coming to, but they definitely have had a number done to them. Anything else you'd like to do?
No, I think that's it.
All righty. So with that, Takashi, it is your turn.
Alrighty. I am going to. Go to Chad over here, and using the blunt, the other side of my katana, the blunt side, I'm gonna go ahead and attack him non-lethally.
Okay. Give him the good bonkening. Go ahead and roll an attack.
$21 and 18 to hit.
Those definitely both hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Right. Oh my god. I get to roll you on one of those.
Yeah, just a couple.
Okay. So that will be why is that math not working? Just add a +3 to that. That would be 10 points of damage for the first one, and the second one would be 12.
Okay. 12. Okie dokie. Anything else you'd like to do?
No, that's it. Yeah, that's all I can do.
Alrighty. This one goes next. This one is unconscious. Does not have to make a death save though, because it was knocked out immediately. Okay, so then it is Nibble's turn, and then Ward. Nibbles, what would you like to do?
Can I move my moon cheese?
Yes, you may.
On
Yeah,
top
go
of
for it,
us.
dude. What? Wait a second.
Change the borders on these two that are.
Let's kill ourselves. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually a good indication.
Yeah. This one. Can I put it on this one?
Okay. Move it over there. Sure.
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to do?
How are the dead ones, but not dead one? You know, how do they look?
So Pato healed the one they're standing next to. The other one is just unconscious. He got hit over the head. But so he's not bleeding out, but he's at 0 hit points.
Then can I do a small little heal to the human, dead human?
It's this one over here. What kind of? So I think I don't remember if it's an action to move the moonbeam or not.
I thought it was a bonus action.
Is it a bonus action? Okay. So yeah, so then you should be able to do a small heal of your choice.
Okay. I do small cure a wound.
Okay.
Okay. Yippee!
Damn, 15.
Not dead. Not at 0. Fuck.
You healed up, fully healed up a commoner. That's awesome.
Commoner is.
He's mad.
I believe commoner is like 4 HP, bro.
Yeah, 4 HP, bro. You exceeded, bro. She's feeling quite healthy.
All right.
You just extended your lifespan by 3 times.
Good heal.
I'll just put this here. Just do that for now. Oh. Okay, so you heal them up. They sort of shoot to consciousness, and you see like a gasp of breath before they sort of a moment later just kind of like twitch and shiver and sort of like grab themselves in the pile of snow that they are currently half buried in. Is there anything else you'd like to do with this? Take that as a no.
Nope.
Ward, it is your turn.
I'm gonna go here.
Oh boy.
And I have a question.
Yes.
That's always good.
Are these golems classed as carrying humans?
Could you elaborate? I'm not quite following.
If I use the ability that makes them drop an item that I want them to drop.
No. It is not a snowman carrying a person. It is a person carrying snow.
Huh.
Okay.
And they're not doing it willingly.
I just wanted to see if that was a way I could just like slap the person out of the snow.
If you had a spell or a command or something, like I'm sure you could think of something that would get them to de-snow, but yeah. It is not a sentient snow creature holding a person. Awesome.
Right now, my best option is convincing them through blunt force trauma.
That's a choice.
So I'm gonna swing at Chad.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack.
That's a 15.
That hits.
Okay, blunt side of the axe. I'm just hitting with like the wide bit. That's 10 damage.
Oh, okay. Roll another attack as you sort of like whack it, and you see like a bunch of the snow slough off to the side. And the figure inside kind of like stumbles and tries to like pull themselves together.
Yeah.
They look at you with like a dazed expression. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna swing again.
Okay, go ahead and swing again. Okay. You see they're kind of like the hands stretch out and just like the words on their lips. Just like, wait. Help as you deliver your blow. Go ahead and roll your damage.
And that's a home run. His head goes flying.
Holy shit.
Just as the words leave his mouth, help, you just honk him out, knock him back a few feet. I'd say he goes flying a few feet backwards. All the snow is left behind in a pile in the body. and the body is just kind of flung where the pile of snow remains. Pato, another unconscious person gets flung towards you. They look worse for wear.
That one was which one? Okay, Chad.
Chad.
Oh, all right. Anything else you'd like to do, Ward?
No, I'm good.
Okay. There's Chad. Okay. And this one. Okay, they roll against the. Okay, they fail to save against the moonbeam. If you want to roll moonbeam damage, Nibbles.
Yippee!
And then Bop and Pato.
Moonbeam damage is 11.
Okay, 11 points of damage. They this one sort of like shuffles forwards towards and kind of just like almost like falls forward onto you, Bob, smothering you a bit. Let's see if these does anything. Other than some snow like sloughing off and falling near you, Bop, like nothing really happens. You do hear like muffled like clear speech that's like been muffled and has become incoherent. But like you almost like the sound of words or something almost coming out of the pile of snow. But it is your turn, Bob.
All right, well, Bop is gonna dig that poor bastard out of there with torch and muscle power, I guess.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack.
Does an 11 hit?
That does hit, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Just a pile of snow with a dude inside. I don't know.
Six damage.
Okay. Some damage.
I was basically just trying to scrape the snow off at this point of time. Like clearly, this is a piss take.
Go ahead and roll your next attack.
That's a 16.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
For 8.
Alrighty. And there's you at this point you can see like most of the person, like you can see like a jacket, like a leather jacket that's sort of like covered in snow that you're sort of like pulling out at this point, and like remnants of like hair that is like matted and frozen, but they are still like half covered if you want to roll another attack or against the snow to just like sort of get rid of it.
Another one. Yeah. 13.
That'll definitely hit.
And that's 7 more damage.
Okay. So yeah, at this point you kind of just like melt off some of the snow with the torch, trying not to burn them too badly. But they're fully removed from it. And you just see them sort of like shivering in the pile of half melted snow. Appears to be a adult woman.
Okay. Bob has done his part. He will flex to make him feel better.
Fair enough. I'm gonna put oops. That's not what I was trying to do. This one. And there. And then that one there. Okay. So that brings us back to Pato. Jesus. Is there anything you would like to do, Pato, on your turn?
I'm just gonna be handing out good berries to the commoners.
Okay. So you go over to the other one that's still like kind of knocked out nearby you.
Mm-hmm. I put it in their mouth and then I shake their jaw and I go nom, nom, nom.
But if your Pato doesn't speak in common.
I'm sure they're capable of basic communication and force feeding someone a berry.
For some reason, I just imagined that the berries that Pato gives out are like salmon roe, like little salmon balls.
No, they're good berries. They come from my necklace. I don't know that though.
Yeah, you just think you birth them every morning. Yeah.
They just appear on my chest, and I go, ooh.
Like a salmon.
I don't think that's how salmon work.
Salmon are weird, bro. We don't get into how salmon works.
No, don't ask how a salmon is made.
So with that, you resuscitate the other one. At this point, all of them are either conscious, semi-conscious, or not dying.
We're just sitting around the flaming sphere with our hands out, like, oh,
singing Christmas songs,
drinking
like a campfire.
So with that, you we're out of initiative now, because they're not fighting you. And let's see. The first one that Pato healed on the previous turn will sort of sit up in the snow and sort of lean in towards the fire and try to warm up and just, oh, thank you. I thought we were gonna die out here.
No problem, but how did this happen to you guys? Like, this ain't ordinary.
How long have you been like this?
I'm not sure. Last I remember, we were heading out into the mountain to find the missing kids. And
these sort of people that were sent.
We didn't make it too far, I don't think, but I just remember getting snowbank came out of nowhere.
The
buried us.
The village is only like a mile away from here.
We didn't even make it that far. No. Does that mean the children have been found?
Well, one of the kids came back and told us where to go, so
yeah,
we're on the way to get them now.
But a kid called that never lived in our village. Oh,
oh no. I want to take out some torches I have in my pockets or my pack and just start giving to them. You should all head back to the village. We'll see what we can do. Help out.
Can probably do that. We'll warm up for a moment. Sort of look around. At this point, they've all sort of come to. A few of them are trying to dry off by the sphere, trying not to get too close to where they're getting burnt by it. And pull themselves together. Thank you for helping us out of that. Probably would have died frozen to death out here. Reward for you.
Well, you just be sure you get home safe.
You hurry home now and help them find money to give us when we get back.
Yeah. Yeah, they were worried about that part, but don't worry about that for now.
The one say, we'll put in a good word for you. You see as they sort of after a few minutes that with the lit torches in hand and a bit drier, a bit warmer, they kind of like bundle themselves up and begin heading in the direction you point towards the village. You just hear kind of like a muttered voice as they begin walking away from the one that got knocked out first. Just, where did these gashes in my jacket come from?
What did he say? Or the what come from?
He says gashes.
Oh.
Anyways, we gotta go.
The person holding like a katana in the hand, like,
yeah. I know. I sheaved it.
But it seems, while they're not the best they've looked at, or the best they've ever been. They appear to be healthy enough to make the journey back to the village. Not too long of a trek. So you send them on their way. Are you going to keep heading up the trail at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Climbing up his trail, Bob will look back over his shoulder at the babushkas walking back to the town and kind of mutter, "We climbed this hill to find a man's daughter. Instead, we almost committed third-degree manslaughter."
Yeah. Luckily, we didn't do it.
Tato's gonna like fish blink.
One eye at a time. Got it. And slowly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fish blink at you and be like, I think we need to get out of here. So let's hop to it, shall we, chat?
Sure. Yes.
Is what Pato thinks to say, but instead he goes.
He starts speaking Aqua, and I go.
Yeah.
I'm reverting back to fish.
It's kind of like how when people will say something to you and then swear in their native language. Like,
all right. You know, a bunch of these story beats have little song references. So that one was, so you want to fight a snowman? It doesn't have to be a snowman.
Oh,
there you
no.
go. It's very, very corny. Very corny. But it's goofy. But anyway, as you continue further up the side of the mountain, eventually towards the top on the highest peak, you will find this path leads to the gaping mouth of a cave. It seems to be set in the side of the mountain. Most of you, as you approach, will notice the sound of voices and movement coming from within the cave ahead of you. But you see, it does not. It does not appear that there is any movement on the outside of the cave. So, would you all like to approach?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Doubtfully.
Let's go quietly, guys.
Yeah.
Quietly.
Yeah, let's go quietly.
Fireball.
Ka-chunk.
New warden or heavy armor.
Are you trying to move forward sneakily?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Give it a
Okay,
try.
so I need all of you to roll a stealth check.
Ooh.
Stealth.
That's a solid
I am
3.
stealth.
I got that one. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Too busy flexing and rhyming.
Wait a minute.
So Pato and Nibbles trying to carry the group on their tiny shoulders, I see.
Oh man.
I know what you want from me. I made it out of metal.
Okay. So as you let's see. As you approach the entrance to the cave, trying to be quiet, but it's difficult in the crunching snow and harsh environment. The just inside the entrance, the cave itself appears to be dimly lit by torches hanging along the walls. And near the entrance to the cave, there appear to be some assorted tools, scraps of food, bedrolls, and a small campfire scattered around. Ahead of you, there appears to be a tunnel that goes deeper into the cave, and the sounds of activity appear to grow louder. You all ready to venture deeper in?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What do the sounds of activity
Right.
sound like?
Activity?
It sounds. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Am I also allowed to roll a perception check?
You probably should, because
Yes,
I rolled a
you may.
natural 1.
Oh boy.
Perception check time.
What? You guys say you can hear something?
Huh? You say so?
I don't hear nothing.
Again,
Oh, boy.
Nibbles and Pato carrying the.
I've got like snow in my ear from like snowmen throw a snowball at me.
Yep, absolutely. So while you're getting confused with your party's footprints, Pato and Nibbles, both of you, you hear what sounds like voices, although it's hard to. Oh my god, guys!
What? We have to roll. What's happening?
The group. So the two of you who are able to discern from what is coming from further in versus further out of the cave. Pato and Nibbles, you hear what sounds to be like voices, although the words are a bit hard to hear before you enter the cave, but like definitely the sound of like speech heard here and there, and then almost like something like a little more animalistic, like some like shriller like yips or something like that, from some sort of other like creature maybe, and then let's see, I think you also hear just the sound of like kind of like banging or clanging, just kind of like almost like like tools or things being like smashed together, or could be the sound of like a fight or something. You're not entirely sure, but you're leaning towards like almost like construction sounds. But those are kind of like muffled and harder to hear. You just kind of just make them out through the echoes. Alrighty. Any questions before you venture further into the cave about what you hear or what you see?
I don't think I get the right to make that since I quickly failed. I don't see anything. My eyes have been closed actually this whole time. Although I imagine this is what we hear.
Oh god.
Oh jeez.
Oh no.
Oh jeez.
Oh yeah, something like that. So as you head in, so you all head in deeper then, I take it. Okay. Let me might need to pause the table for a second to move you guys onto a different map. So give me just a moment.
The DM paused the game session.
Did it break it for you guys?
It just sounds as it's paused.
Okay. Let's see.
It seems like they've been updating this recently.
Yeah, they've definitely
Interesting.
continued to add stuff.
It definitely needs it.
Yeah.
Bad than Roll20 though.
It's definitely easier to just, if you just need to do something quickly to set up. If you have more than like a couple simple maps though, this one gets spicy. Okay. This map is a little rough, but it will help. Let's see. One. Doesn't let me copy and paste, so I have to like save out the map. And I was like, oh, god damn it. Okay. There we go. Next. Hope everyone is having a moderately entertaining time in the chaos that is this. There we go. Map should be loaded, and I just gotta move you guys. You don't. Is there a drag and drop I can do? Just gonna remove these tokens from the board. Okay, so drag you guys in here as well. Okay. Got Otto. Let's see. Up the list. Otto, Nibbles, Ward, and where's our samurai?
Wake up, samurai.
Wake up, samurai. City of Bird.
Who's Tina? Oh, why is that one wildly out? Okay, so we got the rest of you. Putting you guys in the entrance. Who is walking into the cave first? Who's leading the group?
I cannot see the map if I'm supposed to be able to.
I'd be happy to walk.
Not yet.
I'd be happy to walk ahead. I'm
I
kind of.
don't see it.
I'm kind of a big man
okay.
made out of metal. If anything's gonna hit us, it should probably hit me.
I'm just doing I'm just putting you on the map in the your marching order. So I'll
Speaking of which, does anybody here have the mending ability?
I might. Let me check.
Do not.
Because if they can, I think that heals me a little bit.
I do. I have mending as a cantrip.
I also have mending.
Oh.
I can double fist mending you.
Woo!
Hey yo. Hey yo.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going in first. I will.
Yeah, I'm ka-chunking my way inside.
Okay. The rest of you organize yourselves behind Ward, however you would like to march in.
Oh, there we go.
And north is forward.
It's the two adults and the 3 children in the back.
Diamond formation, go.
Well, the 2 children and their weird uncle.
Alrighty.
Oh no, bro! What the fuck is this?
I'm afraid. Oh Jesus Christ!
That is terrible.
Alrighty then. So, as you enter in, I believe, yep, definitely not quietly. Let's see. Okay. So you enter into this tunnel, and after a short walk, this tunnel leads to a wide room in the cave. This is the spot where the kids were enslaved. The kobold guards stood on duty, cursing the brats, their heads all adorned with red Christmas hats. The kobolds were wielding small swords and long whips. They barked out commands and let out loud yelps and shrill yips. Chained to wooden tables were the girls and boys, forced to cobble together some hideous toys. So ahead of you appears to be a wet shop.
I really thought the rhyme was going to be used like start beating the kids, but okay.
So, let's see. You are in this room. Let's see. We're in this room. Tea. there appears to be a total of 6 various kobolds scattered through the room with various different accoutrements.
This is the
So
kobold
let
soul.
me I will reveal some of the room to you all, and then as you sort of enter in, and it's just dimly lit by torches.
Tea-free.
And then let's see.
The number 1.
Yep.
Interestingly decorated place.
Very much so. Okay.
Is this the like part with all of the like annotations on it that only the DM's supposed to see?
There is only one version.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest, those numbers don't tell you anything.
Okay.
Actually,
Great.
Here.
Well, just to make sure I'm not standing on them. So
Honestly, yeah.
Actually, I did find another version that doesn't have those, but I'm gonna be honest with you, they don't. There's no information there that I'm getting that is hiding something. Let's see. Okay. This one. Let me just make sure I have the right amount of people here, the right amount of guards.
the kobolds mean there may actually be a dragon.
Okay. So this here, and there's 6 of these guys. But so 2. Okay. Descriptions of the kobolds. So 2 of the kobolds are wearing different things from the other 4.
You wear wigs?
Yes. So the first 2 kobolds that you see that catch your eye are wearing are wearing like leather aprons covered in tools. They have a bunch of contraptions on their backs, and they have like goggles strapped to the top of your head, and they all of them are wearing like red hats, and then the other 4 appear to be more standing guard, and they have a large shield and a spear by their side. Okie dokie. So we'll this and this one and this. Oops. No, it's upset. There we go. Fix that. Alrighty. So I am going to need in 2 seconds. Well, actually, I think I can add you guys here. Roll initiative for me, if you will, as you enter this room. Need that from all of you. Then we will see how you and the kobolds deal with these children.
That's a 9.
Against the kids, nice. You hold the kids down. I'll beat your faces.
Due to my terrible perception, Elliot, I can't tell the difference right now. So.
He's to swaddle all the kobolds.
Oh. Alrighty.
That's strange. This kobold was chained to a desk.
Jesus Christ. I think did all of you get your initiative in? It looks like it's. Yeah. Okay.
Sadly. With my 9.
That should be everyone.
Nice to meet you.
Oh God. Well, these guys' initiatives. Okay. Let's start. Pato, one of the more perceptive of the group, as you are entering in to this room, you recognize the sounds that you were hearing before grew louder and clearer, and you see everyone kind of coming into this this workshop here with kids chained to tables and kobolds yelling at them, snapping whips at them, and overall holding guard. But you you notice that some of the guards here seem to be aware of your presence as you approach. So what would you like to do, Pato?
Merry Kris Kringle. How's it going, lads? You got any kiddos in here? I'm gonna just.
You got any kids around?
Kids?
Why does Pato just suddenly look like a child-sized pimp?
What? I don't know. I didn't change.
My name's a pimp named Pato. I sing a whole thing.
This be Pato's territory. What you doing slinging gash in Pato's town?
Where's Pato's bottom bitch?
Okay. So what would you like to do, Pato, on your turn?
That's all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna I'm sensing them out.
Oh, okay. Got it. And so that will be all. At this point, which one of these? God damn it. Okay, let me rename this because this is.
How much of a banger the song is.
Alrighty. So at this point, you kind of suss them out, and this one is going to sort of look over towards all of you as you approach, and action, blah blah blah, party, using technical photos. Okay, so this one, as it sort of like gnashes teeth over the kids, it yells at them. It doesn't seem to be as it doesn't seem to notice you, Pato, like as it comes in. It's more focused on what the kids are doing and kind of leering over them. And you hear it bark out a command. You get the sense that it's yelling commands, but it's very much in like broken common. It's mixing in kind of just like insults and putting them down. It's just, you snide me brats, and then it's like slaps a whippet into the air to kind of scare them, and all the kids kind of like huddle down and try to get out of the way as they keep putting together whatever the strange contraptions are that they're building. But it doesn't seem to notice you all yet, or at least this one. Some of the ones closer definitely do. Takashi, it is your turn.
Right. I'll step right here. Right here. I'll get in front of you. I am going to cast. I'm going to cast Thaumaturgy, and then in a booming voice, I say, "Release these kids now, or else."
Ew.
All righty. Go ahead and roll an intimidation check for me.
Advantage because I did this.
Well, if there weren't 60 kobolds in the next room.
It's okay. We'll kill them all. 17.
All righty. You rolled that. Let me roll for some of these folks. Interesting. So you roll up and you just command them to release all of the kids. You see like the one right in front of you kind of like reels back, like it had its shield up and ready, but it wasn't expecting that from you. It kind of like reels back and it sort of like looks over towards its shoulder. The other one on the other side of the hall just sort of like snaps its lizard like jaw at you and lowers its spear. No, back. This is none of your business, outsider. And
I unsheath my sword.
Unsheath your sword. Okay. As you do so, you see like the kind of the one in front of you is definitely like looking around. But I don't know what to do. But the other kind of again leveling its spear towards you, ready to attack. Would you like to do anything else?
My action. That's it. Yeah, I don't really have anything else with bonus action.
Let's see, this is that. Next. Which one is this one? It's not helpful. Can't tell. It's like the name's in there. It's like I know which one is which, but the name's so long that it's not telling me which one I'm looking at. Okay, I think it's this one. So this one up at the top will sort of come up and bar the way into the room. And he's going to pull out his spear. And he's going to run up and attempt to spear you a little bit, Takeshi. He's going to roll two attacks. First one is a 14. Does that hit you?
Misses.
And the 10 will miss as well. So as he sort of runs up and he's trying to like duck down and just kind of stab at your ankles, and it's not quite working.
Yeah, you spike a katana to just block it.
Yeah, without too much difficulty at all. Does so. And now a few of the two like kobold inventors seem to like sort of look over, and he keep working, kids. This is deal with this scum. They kind of come over towards you as well. What is this one going to do? It is going to come over and looks at all of you. You're not supposed to be here. Scram, get out. And it is going to, I need, let's see, Pato, could you roll a D8 for me?
Mm-hmm. 3.
3. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to roll to see where this goes. Space. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So, as this kobold like tells you all to leave, he flings something over the heads of the kobolds in front of you and kind of like bounces off of Ward's shoulder, and lands kind of next to several of you. Let's see, put a little circle down. Nope. Just gonna draw a little circle. It appears to be a small basket. It kind of lands here. And as soon as it lands, it kind of like pops open. And and when it does so, a swarm of small bugs begins to crawl out of it, and kind of fill the space here. Let's see. So that will needs its own initiative, a little bug swarm. Swarm of the stacks. Okay, there we go. So that goes there, and then they get their own initiative, and that is all that the that Vault is going to do. Bop and Ward, you guys are up next. So Bop, it is your turn.
So all right, Bop will do his thing and beat his chest and go crazy. And then Bop is going to rush the first kobold here in the front.
Okay.
While he's running at this small, scaly creature, he's gonna yell at, "You may have held your own against the village's daughters and sons. Now let's see how you fare against a man who brought guns." And then he's gonna
goddamn.
Try to knock his guy on his ass. As he like rushes into him.
Alrighty, go ahead and make your attack.
Is that an attack? How does that work? So it says shove. Your target
sorry. Are you trying to shove? Okay, so that's a dex. Yeah. So make your athletics check then.
It just says a target must succeed on its strength dex if it chooses which. Saying through DC equals 8 plus proficiency bonus plus strength. So, it's a tavern brawler thing, I think.
Okay, tavern brawler thing. Okay then. So what's the DC again?
So 8 plus proficiency bonus at level 3. That's at level 6. That's 3, right?
It should be plus your strength as well. Right?
Well, yeah, plus that as well. But
okay, so I think so 6. Yeah, so 11 plus your strength.
5, so 16.
So 16. Nice, very nice DC. Okay, let me roll his saving throw. That's a 5.
Not quite good enough.
No. So what happens to him?
He will be prone.
He gets knocked on his ass.
Yes, and then the mole comes out to play.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
Marker on him for prone. Alrighty. So was that one of your attacks, or is that?
That was one of my. That was one of my. I think this is one of my attacks. Yes.
Okay.
So I only get one
No,
attack
yeah.
this turn. So
Yep,
my highest
so
was
go for it.
16.
Yeah, that definitely hits. Right. Yeah, that definitely hits. Go
Okay.
ahead and roll.
And 13 bludgeoning damage.
That's a good amount of damage.
Sleepy boy. And that'll be
Oh.
Bob's turn.
Alrighty. Ward, it is your turn, and then the Nibbles.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna swing at the boy in front of me, the guy in the middle.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attacks. He is currently trying to stab Takeshi, but is failing very badly at even nipping his ankles.
That's a 17
That
to
will
hit.
definitely hit.
That's 11 damage. And I'm gonna push him.
No. Okay. Does he have a save against the push, or does it just happen?
It's the same thing as last time. I don't know. I assume the save is 15. Wait.
Okay.
You take an attack, you can shove it. No, I don't think there is a. It doesn't say there is a save. It just says I shove them.
Okay.
5 feet.
Okay.
There is a pushing attack that I can get that does have a save, but it pushes them up to 15 feet. So I didn't take that. So yeah, I'm gonna follow him, and then I'm gonna. What do I have? I'm gonna use. I'm thinking I'm just gonna attack normally because all these things are really situational and not really helpful right now. So I'm just gonna hit him again. That's a 23 to hit.
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
And that's 8 damage.
Alrighty. Very nice.
And I'm not pushing him this time.
Like to do? No push. Got it.
Just double checking what I can do. Nah, I'm good.
Okay. Nibbles, it is your turn, and then the wonderful kobolds that are definitely not slavers are going next.
Oh, yippee. How is everyone looking in health wise?
We're fine, bro.
Yeah,
we're fine.
Okay. Haven't taken no damage yet.
No damage whatsoever.
That's good. Because you're about to take damage.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. I think we're asking because you want to heal something.
Yeah, wait.
That was a threat, actually.
No, I'm joking. Surely.
Fireball.
Y'all in danger.
I do pretty good at not dying, so feel free.
Alrighty. So, what would you like to do?
Like to not kill my friends right now.
Also, remember, there's like a bunch of children in there too.
Right. I can kill the children too, right? You're so correct.
When you think about it, this is basically just an orphanage.
Yeah, I am on the wrong character.
Wrong character. Yeah.
Damn it. Anyway,
if Nova was here, none of these kids would have stood a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Another moonbeam ice cream.
Is this another moonbeam?
I mean, oh no.
Can I put it here?
Yeah, go for it.
You may.
Yippee!
Alrighty. So you summon another moonbeam into the room. and a portion of the ceiling lights up, illuminating the space around Ward and several of the captors here. They sort of let out some reptilian hisses as it begins to scald their flesh. Anything else you would like to do, Nibbles?
No, I'm gonna stay here.
Okay.
Saving throw.
It is.
So yeah, they're gonna have to start making saving throws. Is it a Constitution save?
Constitution 14. Yes.
Con 14.
You got this, Ward.
First one.
I made it by 1 point,
Woo!
and I take no damage instead of half damage because I've got a feat. So,
Let's go.
Does that work for con saves or just?
it works for if any damage allows you to take half damage on a success, you can use your reaction to take no damage instead.
Damn.
Okay, fair enough.
So that's my reaction.
Cool. Sounds good then. So 13 damage. So the kobold takes half damage on his turn.
This is why I was okay with it.
Okay,
that's fair. So this kobold that Bob knocked over is going to stand up. He is going to gnash his teeth and just go back out here. Get out of our cave. And is going to he's going to try and stab at you, Bob, with his crude spear. That's nope, that's not gonna hit. It's like a 5. And that one, I believe an 11 will also miss you.
Correct. I'll need to check my sheet in a second. I just grab something to drink.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm pretty sure my AC is not 11. Bob's muscles are too hard.
As well.
Glances off his oiled physique.
Yes, I see.
That's lean. Helps keep him cold.
Is he like that wrestler from Street Fighter?
No, it's the one from Nacho Libre. Yeah, AC is 16.
Makes the sense.
Thick layer of Vaseline.
Okay, now the one in front of Ward goes, and they also have to make a save against the moonbeam. Let's see. Con save. Oh, that's a dirty 20, so they also succeed and take half damage. Okay. Damage. But they are going to try and push Ward back with their spear as well. Probably not going to work because I can't roll. Does a 16 hit you, Ward?
No.
God darn it. So the spear almost like shatters as it glances off of your steel frame. Okay. Next one. Let's see, that's the enter. Is this the one by the door? This is the one by the door. It's going to step forward, and because it's the person who just yelled at it, he's actually gonna kind of back off, kind of stepping away from Takashi a bit, and it's going to stab towards Ward as well. And don't think, nothing even close to whatever your giant AC is.
It's 20.
So their attacks. Pato, you are.
Wait, does Takeshi get to make an attack? That guy just left his attack range.
He could if he would like.
I definitely would like to. One.
Yeah, nope. That much as he scurries away from you, kind of ducking out of. He makes it away. Okay. Hacho, you're going to be up next. Keep in mind that there is a basket of insects behind you.
All right, Captain.
Eat it.
So what would you like to do, Pato?
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought you said I was up next. Not I am next.
Sorry, I did, but then I realized that
Okay,
it is in
I
fact your
would
turn.
like to summon dog.
Summon dog. What kind of dog are you using?
Hold on. Using summon beast.
Okay. Is that like summon a specific stat sheet, or is it like?
Yeah, it gives me a bestial spirit. A small beast.
Okay. Let me see. Is summon beast? Is that the one? Beast. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. It's this one. So I think you get to choose like the shape and stuff of it.
It's just
Okay,
Chihuahua.
when you want to talk. Okay, yeah, of course it is. Okay, Chihuahua dog, and it's a medium or is it small?
It is small beast. That's why I say Chihuahua.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can find dog. Dog. Yeah. There's no. What do you want a more or less normal dog picture, or do you want a dog mole?
What the fuck is a dog mole? Is it cute?
I don't think so personally, but I'll leave that up to you.
Well, he's already on the board, so I'll keep him, I guess. This is my first time casting this. I want that one.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So where can you put it? Do you have to put it close to you, or?
It's just in an unoccupied space you can see within range.
Okay, so where do you want to put him? You can put the top
right there. Where are you? Right here.
Oh, okay.
And then I want him to bite the swarm of insects. Yum, 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 yum.
Okay.
Oh no, you're gonna bite the bee. Gonna sting him.
Shares your initiative count. Takes its turn after yours. Okay, and you want him to attack the insects. Okay, so his turn goes essentially right after yours. Is there anything you would like to do with the rest of your turn?
Let me make sure I don't have any bonus actions I wanna do. Oh shit! Wait, do I have both of my wild shapes?
Yeah.
Wait, can I wild shape and concentrate on something or no?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I will wild shape then into a bear. A fish's biggest enemy, a bear. I will become my greatest enemy, a bear. I think I can do
channeling your mortal enemy.
I have to look up the stat sheet of a bear, right? Bear.
Bear. I think there's a thing on your sheet for like adding those, but it might be easier just to look up the stat sheet.
Yeah. We could assume second level.
You can add it in extras.
I can add it in. Oh, there it is, brown bear. All right, brown.
Yeah, I'm assuming that you're going for the CR1 brown.
But yes.
No, it's the CR20 brown bear.
That's a big bear. Am I that big?
Yep. He is large. Yeah, because I don't.
I'm a big bear.
If you wanted, you could do a cave bear, which is CR2. But I don't know if you can do CR2 or not.
I don't think I can do CR2 now. But I would be bear, and then I will have a dog nom.
So you're kind of like
down
there.
Here. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And then doggy will nom.
Okay. So you are bear. That is your action. Bonus action. Okay. Can you make an attack roll for a dog?
Yes, D20 plus 3. Right. Your spell attack modifier to hit, yay. He got a nat 20! Let's go.
Oh, let's go.
Very nice.
He's really good at biting B.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll your attack.
It'll be 2d8 plus 4 plus the spells. Right? That's how it works. It's just double dice.
It just doubles the dice, and then all the bonuses are the same.
Okay. So that's 10, 14 plus a spells level. The spells level was plus a spells level piercing damage. The spell I did it at 2nd level, so that's another 2, so that's 16 in total.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
16 damage to the bees.
What kind of damage was it? Did it say?
Piercing damage.
Okay. So he kind of like snatches his jaws at this like pile of insects that come swarming out of the basket, and seems to get quite a few of them, but there's still a good amount left. Alrighty. Anything else that you or Blink Dog or Dog would like to do?
No, that will be our turns.
Okay. Let's see. Let me go to this fellow. At this point, this one will sort of snap his whip over some of the kids again, and you don't stop working. And is going to come over towards the entrance where all the commotion is happening. And he, let's see, Takeshi, can you roll a d8 for me?
All right. Oh, 7. Good old 7.
7. Oh gosh. Give me 1 second. This is a longer version. Okay. This one kind of pushes past the like shield bearer in front of him, and takes a small cage off of his back and opens it into the space in front of you, Takeshi. And out of the small cage, I think there's a step here. Let me see if I can talk to this. Maybe there isn't one. I'll just put a small token there. I'll use this one because I had it on hand. So out of this cage crawls a relatively small but not tiny black creature with a white stripe down the middle of it that sort of wanders out between a few of you before turning around and lifting its tail.
Oh, got it. It's a skunk.
That's gonna suck for the people. That's gonna suck for the people that have sense of smell.
Oh man.
Alrighty. Let's see. Okay, so I have to roll initiative for it.
So far, these inventors have just been throwing live creatures at us. I don't think that's very inventive of them.
It's his turn. Now it's the insects. Let's see. It is currently in the bear's space or around the bear. So the insects are just going to bite the bear.
I think.
Roll. Does a 13 hit the bear?
That is a good question. Let me look. Does it have my armor class or its own armor class?
The bear's armor. Whatever it is for the bear.
Ooh, hold on. My Chrome is breaking. Or my Brave is broken. What the fuck? Hello? Brave? I just see blue. What's happening? Can you reopen it?
Do you need me to look it up?
Beyond. No, I think I'll just open it again. View. There we go. And then extra bear. So the bear has 11 AC, but my AC is 16, so I don't know if it uses.
Yeah, it uses the physical stats from the bear. So, that will hit you. Let's see how much this does. This much damage. So the insects kind of crawling up your bear paw bite onto you for 12 points of damage.
Ow.
It's a lot of damage.
Yes, it is.
If one of these gets released in a village, that's a dead village.
Yeah, exactly.
Alrighty then. That's the insect's turn. They're going to stay there and try and eat bear. Takeshi, it is your turn.
Okay. Damn. I'm going to. I guess I'm gonna strike at the skunk. With my first attack.
Okay, go for
You're
it.
gonna make your sword smelly.
I love afterwards. Oh my gosh. Let me re-roll that one. Okay, so +5 to that. So 13 points of slashing damage. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm assuming.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Sounds good. 16.
Yeah. So as the snake sort of like walks towards you, lifts its tail, and you just almost slap it aside with your sword. There's a puff of stink, but you're able to like hold your breath and not ingest any of the skunk is no more.
All right. I'll go over
Obliterate the
here.
skunk.
And then strike. Does any of them hurt or not yet? Oh, I guess okay. That one then the shield die.
Yeah,
the Venter's over there.
Fair.
I was like,
Yeah,
I don't know who attacked right there.
That is fair. Okay.
Right in the middle of
that
it, spin your sword around.
I was about to say, as you're kind of like, there's some kids like ducking below the table that you're in front of. That definitely hits if you want to roll the damage.
11 points of slashing damage to that guy.
All right.
Should I do that now? I'm going to do this one, which is Bloodbone, which basically means I have to take 1d6 necrotic damage first, and then I can start doing more damage later on. So first, 3 points. 3 points of slashing damage. Or necrotic damage, I should say. And now my weapon is coated with necrotic energy. My katana is coated with necrotic energy. Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to do?
That is my turn.
Okay. Got a couple of these fellows, and then it will be open the word. But first, let's see. Who's this one? This one is this fellow. So the one that that's confusing. That's deeply confusing. Okay, yeah, it's the one that you just bought is going to run up and attempt to bop you back.
Mm-hmm.
This one. Oh, an 18. Does an 18 hit you?
It does.
Yay! So he kind of stabs at you with his little spear and does maximum 9 points of damage.
Oh boy! All right.
And then the second attack will sort of go wide as you adjust. Now the inventor. Let's see. I'm just gonna roll this one. Let us 2. Bop. Hurling in your direction, a small flask appears.
What animals are inside this one?
Yes. Let's see. Attack hit. Does a 10 hit you?
No.
Okay. Elaine, Bear Pato. Can Bear Pato make a dexterity saving throw for me with advantage?
Yeah. Bear Pato can.
Barito.
Okay.
There was a category Kato.
It's Beto, but you can call it Robert for short.
Oh, I failed it.
Sure did.
With advantage.
Explodes.
So roll one more.
Oh, with advantage? Okay, roll again. Okay.
Wow, you got this.
Oh no!
God damn, bro.
I rolled 2 4s.
So, diverted by missing Bop, a small flask shatters on the ground near one of your paws. And it does. When the flask shatters open, the puddle begins to burn, and you take 2 points of fire damage. But the puddle is still burning, and it is still there.
So 2 points?
Keep that in mind. 2 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Okay. That is that. And next is Bob's turn in the ward.
How fucking does this Kobold Dragon Shield be looking in front of Bop?
Oh, yeah, he's definitely had better days. His workplace definitely has gone a little sideways.
Right.
Oh yeah, have we remembered that they're inside cheese? So at the end of their turn, they'd take damage.
Cheese damage.
Oh, that's at the beginning of their turn. And you were right. Thank you for reminding me. So I need to roll for this fellow because he's the only one that has missed it so far. So let me do that really quick. I'm sure he will fail. Never mind, he rolled a nat 20. Nibbles, can you roll Moonbeam damage, please? I have to this one.
Good old 4.
Okay, little damage. Okay. Thank you for the reminder, Bop. It is your turn.
All right, Bop will bop Kobold Dragon Shield B with Mole.
Okay.
That's a 26.
That definitely hits.
That is 8 damage of the bludgeoning variety.
Alrighty.
Does Kobold Dragon Shield B still stand?
As you bop this one with the great Bopinator, he sort of crumples to the ground, appears to no longer be standing.
All right, well, Bop will leap over this Kobold Dragon Shield B on the ground and bum rush Inventor A, yelling.
Okay, I need you to make a Constitution save for me against Nibbles.
Yes, against Nibbles. Okay. Constitution saving throw. Can he? Does a 10 make it?
No. Nibbles, roll
Okay.
damage for Bob.
Do it, Nibbles. Roll damage.
Oh,
Good,
12
good.
points of damage.
Oh no.
12 points of
Alright.
radiant damage.
Yes.
Oh,
Anyways,
alrighty.
Bob
So you
completely
charge forward
ignores it.
towards him.
Smoke coming off of his glistening muscles, and he yells, "In through your guts I will crawl and wear you like a onesie 2 sizes too small."
Oh.
I don't think I want to play anymore.
Drag gets in the room.
What the fuck? Okay, cool. Roll your attack.
21.
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll.
Ooh, 16 mold
Oh,
damage.
Jesus Christ.
There's one more attack and bop.
So as you say that and charge to the flyer, the fire or the burning of the radiant damage, the sort of inventor, he's like fumbling for another flask as you come towards him. He just gets out a little yip and scream as your maul cleaves down and sends him flying backwards into the wall, unconscious. Oh,
Excellent. All right. Well, that's
let's send him back there.
Workshop's supposed to smell like
He's
melting butter.
unconscious, and he's unconscious. Okay. What else would you like to do?
well. There's one more bop and bop today. So Bop's gonna go for other inventor.
Okay.
I've not yet thought of a rhyme for this one. I didn't think I was gonna get through that one so fast. That is a 23.
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
That is 11 mold damage.
Okay, so this one, you hear definitely some crunching and some squealing, but this one is able to withhold at least against one bop, although his Christmas hat is definitely knocked from his head. Oh.
I just
anything
imagine
else
like
you would
that
like
one. The first one is like, wait, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Bop, and then
Dies.
Basically, yep. Alrighty. If that is all, that brings us to Ford. It needs to make a Constitution save before the start of their turn.
That's okay. I'll win these. I didn't win it.
Oh no.
Nope.
You roll.
Go ahead and roll damage, Nibbles, for
Oh,
Aw, jeez.
Nibbles, how could you?
Well, I didn't mean it. Oh, God.
damage.
Oh,
Max
jeez.
damage.
Good thing I have a lot of health, huh?
Oh,
There
thank
you go.
goodness.
Oh, goddamn. Alrighty, so take that damage, Ward, and then
Okay.
it is your turn.
Is the guy in front of me still alive?
Yeah, so the one directly north of you is the one with the black borders.
Oh, I can move him. I shouldn't do that. I'm gonna smack him. 17.
Alrighty, that definitely hits.
That's 11 damage.
Okay. As you run up to smack him, he also likewise under the power of the moonbeam and your large smacking crumples to the floor.
Is the guy to the east of me still alive?
As of now, yes.
Not for long.
Alrighty. Go ahead.
That's
and roll
a
it.
25 to hit. Does that hit?
Yeah, that definitely hits.
That's 12 damage.
Okay. That one is also still standing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move here.
Smart. Anything else you would like to do?
And then I'm gonna action. Nah, I'm done. I feel like there's much more important things in this cave that I'm gonna need to use action surge against. That's my turn.
Okay. That is your turn. Nibbles, it is your turn. And then
Oh, yippee.
some of the other dudes.
It's getting real crowded in the back of that fucking.
Yeah, like really
A
is.
little bit.
Boop.
Okay.
Yep.
Anything else, Nibbles?
I think I'm good for now.
Okay. Some of the kids sort of like yank on their chains and pull away as the moonbeam comes over and begins to burn.
Oh
the
my
whole
god!
thing.
Oh my
Children.
god!
Oh,
I was like,
I forgot about the kids.
Alrighty. That brings us to this
Children,
one.
Nibbles can smell fear.
Let's see, this one. Going to remove. I'm just going to remove that from. And then this one goes. Okay, well, you just moved it over their heads. They have to well. That okay, well, they made that con save, so go ahead and roll damage from Moonbeam. Take half.
Yippee.
Do it.
Doing it. 12.
Okay. That. And then they are going to they are going to try and okay. This one is going to try and make a break for it. He's going to get here. He is going to disengage.
Oh, disengage.
Run up into the next room. Alrighty. Oops. What is...
He may be making a break for it, but I'm gonna break him.
Jesus, I think you were. Alrighty. So he runs up there, and that is his turn. And Pato, it is your turn.
Yippee! I'm gonna eat the bugs.
You're gonna eat the bugs. Okay, make an attack roll against the bugs.
Okay, brown bear, and then that's not the brown bear. I was just like tusk, and I'm like, bears don't have that. I'm going to D20 plus 6. I'm gonna claw attack him.
Oh no! Oh.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
2d6 plus 4. 2d6. 11.
11 points, and is that slashing damage?
Yes.
Oh, you're righty. You slash at the insects, and a whole bunch of them are crushed and swatted away. Just a few kind of remain kind of clawing at your fur, but almost all of them are gone.
Okay, I have one more attack because the bear got multi-attack. Boop.
Okay.
How's about and that's 20. Let's go.
Alrighty, go ahead and roll that crit
2,
damage.
3, 4.
There's no way to survive it. God damn.
Shit.
22 slashing.
That's a lot of bear.
Roar!
Yeah. How do you want to smash the insects?
I just want to stamp on them.
Stamp the insects. Alrighty. You successfully smash all the insects, and there are no more remaining.
You can go check the door. I will continue to smack and step on the insects. Bah, 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 bah. How's everybody doing? I'm listening to Christmas music. It's making me very sleepy. I have a warm blanket, making me tired. And the sun's gone. It's dark outside. I feel like I gotta go bed. I feel like it's bedtime.
My brain's
Listen to
cooking a
some
little bit.
listen to some Christmas heavy metal. Oh,
There we go.
Yeah, that'll wake you
Damn.
up for sure.
Power Wolf probably has
Okay.
something.
Let's see. Falling asleep to Christmas, Christmas background music, Christmas lo-fi,
Okay.
Christmas Celtic Christmas. Ooh.
What is at the door?
Computer parts.
Was it RAM?
No.
No, that shit I fucking bought like 6 weeks ago.
Check if it was replaced with rocks.
Right. I did
very
actually. Like I didn't open the like RAM box right away, but because I bought it before I knew if I was actually going to build a computer. I just saw the writing on the walls and went, "Lord, buy it now." But I like left it in the package. So then after like a day or two, I was like, well, let me just make sure there's RAM in that envelope.
Yeah, the comment I saw the other day is like it's only a matter of time until before rappers start wearing necklaces or chains with RAM sticks on them.
Oh God,
that's kind of go hard though. Not gonna lie.
That would gotta go hard.
Just like dip it in gold. Just
Oh God,
oh,
that
God.
would reduce the value of it.
I know, but it'd be
really
funny.
All right, am I good to let my doggo attack now?
Yes. Who's the doggo attacking? Because they're on normal insects.
Doggo is gonna come up here.
Okay.
And then he gonna bite that guy. Spells to summon beast. It's a D20 plus 3. Boop. Aw, 9.
9 is not going to hit, unfortunately.
Okay. And then you said, is it a bonus? Is it an action to do a help thing? Or a bonus action?
It by default help is action. Oh, are you talking about flanking?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then so that you can use a bonus action, so you can help.
Okay, bonus action dog help Takeshi fight Pepper.
Right.
Okay. Anything else from you or Dog?
No, that will be it from us.
Okay. That brings us to. Oh, this one's still. Well, probably not for long. Let me roll the con save for the
Oh boy.
Constitution saving throw for the moonbeam. Oh, that's a 21, so they succeed.
Jesus, why are you
roll
rolling
the-
so good for them?
Oh man. What the
Still
heck?
half damage.
I think it's funny
Yeah, so-
that that Nibbles did more damage to us so far.
Yeah, what the hell?
Maybe
Both
a little bit.
times. 3 points.
Nibbles, how would you like to moonbeam this one? 'Cause it had
Oh,
A
you still got
giant,
him!
giant wheel of cheese falls out of the fucking ceiling.
Watch this up.
So Cole, as the wheel of moon cheese falls and crushes this last one, you see one of the children like squeals and pulls back as it nearly crushes them, just barely inches away from the wheel of death, but that kobold is crushed. Okay, never mind, they don't get a turn. Takeshi, it's your turn.
All right.
You have
I'm
advantage
gonna
on your to hit.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your first attack.
Advantage, gonna strike at this guy. 23 to hit. Does that hit?
Okay, 23 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage on it.
All right.
Fuck him up. Fuck him up.
And then I get to do this. What's the map on that? 9 plus so 9 points of slashing damage, and then 7 points of necrotic damage. Is he still breathing?
Okay, that's barely.
Really?
Yeah,
All right.
barely. He sort of just like sort of rascally squeals at you, like, no, you're not supposed to be here. Get out.
Can I grapple him on the next one?
You can if you'd like.
Okay, that would be arm strike. 30-20.
So are you trying to grapple him?
Yeah.
Okay, so roll a athletics check.
Athletics, okay.
Oh, okay.
21.
20. Oh fuck! Damn it! I think you might have beaten. You rolled a dirty 20, so you got him.
Let's go.
Okay, so you have him grappled. What would you like to do?
Like, tell us where the lich is.
You see his eyes just kind of bulging. It's just like, hey, that's supposed to talk.
You better talk, unless you're gonna end up like that. The friend over there who got crushed by that giant cheese.
God.
Can I move him over to like this side, and then get him close to the radiant?
Drag him over to the cheese wheel.
To the cheese
Okay.
wheel.
We will return to that in a moment then. See how your interrogation goes. He's currently grappled. He's going to try and get out of the grapple, but he's probably not going to. Can you roll another athletics check to try and hold on to him for me?
Yes. 17?
Yeah, that definitely does it. Yeah, he's not going.
All right.
Bach, it is your turn. Let me reveal a little bit more. What would you like to do, Bach? Also, all the kids are cheering and jeering, and
Let's go.
Happy that their captors are being put down.
Yay!
Did Bob have to leave?
I just realized that I am muted.
Oh no!
So that kobold that is making a break for it, how fucked up does it look?
Not particularly. I think he got scalded by some moon cheese. But that's about it.
Okay, well, Bob's gonna drop to all fours, like his rage is overtaking him, and is
bad
going
queso of burns.
Oh god. Yeah, because of that pun, Bob is like starting to fucking foam with the mouth, and he like just drops to all fours and just like fucking goes after this guy. And he's just running over. He yells, "But first with my fist, the second with a stick, over my knee you go for the hat trick."
Oh god!
And,
go ahead and roll your.
Going to try and bane him.
Oh, okay.
I'm like a Slim Jim.
Saver? Is that just happening?
I don't know. Is that an unarmed strike? I don't know how that works. You tell me.
Should be a charisma saving throw.
He's not talking about the Bane spell. He's talking about Bane, the guy that is from Batman.
Wait a minute.
I'm very confused.
I'm confused. I thought you were trying.
No.
Oh, you're trying to like break him over your fucking knee?
Yeah. You did you not hear
Imagine it's a charisma saving throw anyway. He's got to rizz you out of not doing that.
Please.
Okay. That makes more sense now. Got it.
Bob
go
provides
ahead.
context through his rhymes.
I cast Bane, just snaps him over your knee.
Exactly.
Barbarians are fucking. That's a barbarian for you.
I know how to do that.
Okay. Go ahead and why don't we just start with an attack roll?
Okay, we'll start with an attack roll.
So this will be a
all the
two-part.
same. That is a 22.
Okay. And now make a grapple for me.
Okay, that's just
so
a contested save, right? And I think I've got an advantage on
yes,
this.
that's a
because I'm raging.
contested athletics, which you have advantage on because you're raging. He rolls his
Yes.
athletics. Oh,
That's 18 is my highest.
okay. Cobalt rolled a 21.
Jesus, strong ass
21.
Cobalt.
Wow.
So you barely as you sort of run up to him, and you see him like fiddling with there's a string of colored lights, and he's kind of like fiddling with it, and kind of lets out a yelp and ducks out of the way of your grab, but you're able to get him, so you can still get a punch on him if you want, but you're not able to do the full knee snap yet because he evaded your grasp.
Yeah, no. As Bob kind of tumbles into him, missing the grasp, he's just gonna start wailing on his face. And I guess that's just unarmed strikes at this point of time.
Yeah, so you already
okay.
rolled the hit, so go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
On the first one, and then I think you have
2 more attacks.
Yeah, so the grapple's one of them, and then you'll have your
gotcha.
bonus action.
Gotcha. I got one more. It's a 17.
That definitely hits them.
Yeah. So I've got 2 attacks on that I landed, so it's a 9 damage, and scroll all the way down. Holy balls. 9 and 6, so 15 damage of the punching variety.
He's definitely bruised and battered a bit and a bit scalded by cheese. But he seems still like frantically looking through. He's like only half paying attention to you as he seems to be like fiddling through the lights, trying to like find, like he's looks at one and looks at another one, like no, just leave me alone.
He's just getting punched in the face.
Yeah.
That's got a concentration on him.
Yeah, no, he's
That's
clearly
purpose.
not passing his concentration. Okay. Wood, it is your turn, unless there's anything else you'd like to do, Bob.
Nope, that'll be Bop.
Alrighty. Ward, it is your turn.
You want to keep this one? Takeshi?
Well, see if he talks. And...
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna come and I'm gonna slap him.
Yeah, bitch slap him.
But with an axe, so it actually does damage.
Oh, jeez.
Alrighty, go ahead and roll
That's
your
a
attack.
23.
That definitely hits.
Got 6.
That definitely hurts. Would you like to attack again? He's still stunned.
I'm going to attack him. Does he look bad? Like, is he looking rough?
He hasn't taken too much, but he's not doing well so far. Definitely bloodied. It's bloodied and beaten, but not on death's door.
Okay. I'm gonna use my free hand and punch him.
Okay.
Oh wait, can I do that?
Roll.
I want to use a trip attack, but I'm not sure if I need to use a weapon to use it, because it says a weapon attack, but I feel like that I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, you could just grab his leg if you want.
Yeah.
So what
that's
do you have to? How does the trip?
20. I have to hit with the attack, so.
Okay, that definitely hits.
Yeah, so that does 5 damage because of the trip. Because that's my base like punch damage.
Okay.
So then you just take this. Yes. Okay. I need to roll my superiority dice, which I don't remember how much that dice is. It's a D8. Okay.
Alrighty.
Yes, slow. And now he has to make a DC 15 strength saving throw. And if he fails, he gets knocked on the ground.
Strength save. That. Yeah, no, that doesn't. So he gets knocked prone. Is that what happens?
Yep. And then that's my turn. I'm setting him up for Bop to do the coup de grace. I didn't want to steal his kill, you know. I didn't want to. So.
So you knock him down. You see him sort of grasping. No. If that is all, Nibbles, it is your turn.
Yippee. Dun dun dun.
Just bullying this guy at the point.
Oh yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So for this guy over here.
Yeah, I have him right in my arms, like.
So you're like,
like
grabbing at him.
Yeah, like his face is like basically close to your moonbeam.
Interesting.
He talks.
Yeah. Is he gonna
like
talk?
The way you said, like, guys.
Hey, you've been torturing kids this whole time, bro. Fuck him.
What's up, bro?
Are we the baddies?
I want to take out my little cheese knife.
Oh yeah.
He's just gonna like drag it across him.
And I'm gonna just slowly start, cutting the skin, just just a little bit.
Yeah, you better start talking. Where's your leg?
Yeah.
Your suffering won't be brief.
Make a dexterity check for torturing with the cheese knife.
Okay. Dexterity.
Natural 20, let's go!
Nope, natural 1.
4!
Go ahead and roll a d4 for me.
It's not okay.
Go ahead and roll a d4 for me.
Oh god.
Oh boy, I'm scared. A dwee.
So Takashi, you're holding this guy like by his neck, and you're just like, give me the answers as you hold him near this moonbeam. And Nibbles comes up, she's like, yeah, do what he says. Give him the answers. She pulls out a cheese knife, and like goes to like slip it under one of his like scales, and just slips it up under one of his scales. And after a moment, you see his eyes bulge wide. Nibbles pulls the knife out, and you see Nibbles, you see the blood just kind of like pour out from the little wound Nibbles made as he goes limp in your arm.
Nibbles,
I didn't mean to kill him.
You killed him.
Sorry.
Oh my god, Nibbles.
I thought the cheese knife wouldn't do much.
Pato as a bear is just gonna like come up and be like really worried about Nibbles, just kind of nudge, like, buddy.
Oh no! Well, he's useless now. I toss him into the.
Oh, wait a minute!
Jesus. You see like two of the kids next to you are just crying.
No, it's okay. It's okay, kids. You're free now. You're safe. The bad man won't hurt you anymore.
Yeah.
This is where we find out that the kids are actually being abused in the village, and like these guys saved them. And...
Oh my! What? Not with the whips?
No. Okay, calm down. Anything else you'd like to do?
They were doing drugs in the streets.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just gonna keep crying about my knife, killing it.
It's okay.
I didn't mean to.
It's okay, Nibbles. It'll be.
But you did discover a revolutionary weak point of kobolds.
A cheese knife.
Oh yeah, guys, it's underneath the scales. That's their weak point.
Dude had like 1 health.
Oh.
It wasn't like you found the critical weak spot. It's like he had 1 health.
Oh.
Poor guy.
But with that, the one in the back that just got knocked prone, he's gonna like kind of like frantically try to like pick himself up, but you see he's grabbing for the lights, and you see as he grabs it, he tries to pull a bulb out, and as he does so, there's a shock of electricity that shoots through him, and I have to see how much damage he takes.
Is he like killing himself?
It doesn't look like, it looks like he's trying to do something, but it didn't work
What
out.
kind of
And he
dark
takes
fucking story did you bring us in?
Cyanide laced fucking Christmas lights on this guy.
as he's electrocuted by a shock from the lights. He goes to clutch for another bulb, but it will be Bob's turn before he gets another chance. Pato, what would you like to do?
I would
also
like to turn. Huh? What?
I was about to say,
Huh?
you do take a little bit of damage from the fire.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna
You take 2 points
the
of damage.
Okay, well I take the damage and then I turn back into Pato. So I'm gonna shoot this bear just down in
put
the
the bear
corner.
away.
Yeah. I'm gonna be like, and then I'm just gonna go hurdle the children and be like, "Hello, children. I was sent here by your families to come get y'all. So come
Please,
to me.
so please.
I'll you won't. Well, don't worry. Well, I'll keep the my friend Nibbles away from y'all. Don't worry about that."
As you sort of address them, you see a bunch of them kind of hold up their hands, and they have like wooden shackles that are like binding them to the tables.
Would I be able to like kind of start working on some of like the people that are close?
Yeah, they're very simple bindings. Like basically anyone with the strength or dexterity higher than a child can like break them off without too much difficulty.
Okay. I also have my rock friend on my head, so I could also use him to help break the wood.
Yeah.
But that will be my turn, and then Doggo will also help unbind the children.
Alrighty. So you start working on freeing the children, Takashi, and then Bob. So Takashi, what are you up to?
I will also be helping out and liberating the kids over on this side. I'm assuming they're over here too.
Yeah, every table has a few kids.
Yeah, so I'll be basically trying to slash at the chains.
Alrighty. So you very quickly free a few of them, and over the next minute or so you'll be able to get the rest free. Bop it. What would you like to do?
I heard what Pato said, and now it's potato apparently. But I heard I'm gonna go hurt all the children. I'm like,
that is. I think we got to get out of here, folks. I don't like what this place is doing to y'all. Very concerned. At the end of the day,
Bob will look at this. We'll grab at these lights that this kobold is sifting through before he finds a grenade one. So that is a opposed strength check.
Okay. Yeah, opposed strength. From the kobold. Go ahead and roll your. Okay, you got yours.
Highest is 22.
Yeah, no, that'll do it.
Bob will just like rip the lights out of his hand and just like blindly chuck him down the hallway. And then
they all explode in a myriad of colors.
And
wait,
shrapnel.
So are you grabbing the lights or the kobold?
The lights.
Oh. And so you're not like grabbing the little light. So it's like a string of like bulbed Christmas lights. So are you grabbing the string with like all of them, or
just ripping all of them out of his hands? Close.
Okay.
Pause.
You. Okay. Well, I was not expecting that. Give me 1 second. You take the lights are like on the wall, like next to the door here.
I thought he would like had them in his hands and stuff.
No, he was grabbing at them like they're on the door. So here, I'll read you the description of this. So he was up there like messing with the lights. But the description of the room is a string of bright lights hangs next to the door. And actually, well, no, that kind of okay. So I'll just read this part. It involves it. This is normally what happens like after you get the children, but the children are like free. So, basically, a string of bright lights hangs next to the door. You must get inside to settle the score. No handle or knob can be seen at all. You must be something about these lights on the wall. And so it's kind of part of the door and the wall here, and he's fucking with it. But right, okay. Yeah, so if you would still like to, you can still grab the lights.
Yeah, I know. I thought it had like in his hands or something. You know, okay. Bob is just gonna like pull him away from a door and like pin him to the ground and like turn to Ward like they may be cowardly, stringy, and pasty, but tell me, Metal Man, do you think that they're tasty?
I once again think I should reiterate. I think we need to leave this place. I don't know if it's in the snow or if it's in the air or what, but I'm really
take my
worried.
boot and turn him into pasty.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
not a piece of him is gonna go to wasty.
Yeah,
Bob is just going to drag this thing over like down the hallway here and like throw him up against the door.
Christ.
Killing him would have been too hasty.
Oh, god damn it.
Guys.
I would like to go home now.
You're gonna start fucking rhyming, okay? I didn't start this day thinking I was to be making up fucking rhymes. As fucking Bop.
Okay, so you have your hostage. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
That'll be Bop. Bop's gonna calm himself down, wipe the foam from his mouth.
Oh my god.
Oh, alrighty. So with that, I'm gonna take you guys out of initiative. What would you like to do next other than free the children and do something with your hostage?
Doing that. Oh. What are children making? Does it look valuable?
It was like ugly toys or whatever.
Yeah, it was an ugly toy.
So scattered across the workbenches that the kids were held at, there are where does it say? Okay, so there's a wide range of assorted toys. They're shoddily made by children, and they're just kind of like scattered up, but just like wooden carts and wagons and small wooden horses and other animals, and many of them have like kind of crudely assembled, not fully round wheels on them. But as you kind of begin freeing the children, the shackles are like they're barely holding them in. If even like a young teenager or something would be able to just like bust out of these, but for the kids it was just enough. And they're very grateful. They cry out in joy and thanks for all of you. And they're very glad to be free of this. But they're not entirely sure what the toy's purpose was.
Do you know where the one that ordered these kobolds lie by any chance?
So if any of the kids are asked, they'll all sort of point towards the back door that next to the string of lights. A few of the kids will say, "That's where the lich lives."
I see.
And so with that, the rest of the thing is a string of bright lights hangs next to the door. You must get inside to settle the score. No handle or knob can be seen at all. There must be something about those lights on the wall. and the kids will yell out, "Remove the wrong bulb." Young child yells, "That's how you get in. That's where the lich dwells."
So what bulb is it?
So there is a string of lights, and I will send you a picture.
Ooh.
Copy, paste. References.
Oh.
Shaped like an S.
It does happen to be, yes. So, there's a string of lights on the wall, and there is something about them, other than the fact that you've seen one of the kobolds be electrocuted by them, that seems to indicate they're the answer to getting into the room. Anyone who would like to roll any checks or observe anything about them may.
I have a different question.
What's the vibe check?
What were the kids making?
Ugly toys.
Yeah, ugly toys.
Yeah, we just. Yeah, it was just they're just kind of poorly made wooden toys, wooden animals, wooden carts and wagons.
Already finished ones?
No.
Hey, Nibbles, can you cue me up a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's plenty of finished ones. They're just, not well crafted.
There you go.
Oh shit! God damn! Thank you. I appreciate this.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
What are we rolling to
I want to
suss
vibe
it
check
out?
I want to suss out the lights.
Okay. What vibes are you trying to pick up? Are you just trying to
Fuck to do with them?
Are any of the colors different?
Yeah.
Are any of them flickering? Does any
Anything
of them
look like it's
only
been
have one of them?
tampered
Fingerprints.
Do we need to eat
Fingerprint
the
identification.
fingerprints?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that there's because there's only 3 white ones, but there's enough space to have a 4th one in the pattern, so I assume that's the thing, but I'm bad at this kind of puzzle. Because no matter how I look, I don't see a pattern.
Fair. So go ahead. Anyone who just kind of wants to suss out the lights can roll a perception check.
Vibe check.
I rolled an out one. I'm trying to help the kids.
Oh no.
16.
Yeah, you're busy helping. There's no.
I'm gonna help the kids with that one.
All righty. So, for most of you, you realize that there are two. Let's see. There are 2 separate patterns of colors here, and you do believe that one of the patterns appears to be complete and the other is incomplete, or at least incorrect in some way. Let's see. Anyone else would like to take a closer look at the patterns? They could roll an investigation.
I did.
Yeah, we're gonna
good at my
did say
perception.
very close.
You said one
so
side is correct, but the other one isn't.
Yeah, so it appears that there's 2 separate patterns along the string. At one point, it changes from one pattern to another, and one of the patterns appears to be repeating and correcting, the other does not. With the natural 20 perception, you definitely are aware that if you touch the wrong one, you will be shocked. Because you can kind of just see some sparks and loose bits. Also on top of that, you will notice that it appears a few of them were tampered with by cobalt. Specifically, me double check. Specifically, 3 of the blue bulbs appear to have been tampered with.
What color?
They're
Sorry.
kind of partially removed.
Which color?
Blue.
Blue one. Okay.
I feel too stupid.
Oh.
Is it supposed
Yeah,
to
I'm trying
be
to figure out
like
like
green,
one of them is supposed to
red,
be.
blue, yellow?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the pattern too. I'm like, is it green, blue? It's yellow,
I'm gonna remove
green, red,
this
red.
bulb.
Yeah.
That one? Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
that one.
Okay. I will say, as the person who rolled, so actually, that is one of the ones that you saw that was tampered with, just so you're aware. So the first blue one, the last blue one, and the one on the top side of the S, you all saw that were tampered with. If that affects your choice at all.
Which one's the top one? The
Top
first...
blue, bottom blue,
top blue,
and then the one that's like on the top half of the S, middle, like closest to the middle blue. Yeah, those 3 have been tampered with. They're like partially removed, but they're like they're still glowing.
Actually, I want the one next to that one. No.
Okay.
I want.
So with that, you kind of see this discrepancy, and you go to remove the blue bulb, and it removes cleanly. And you are not shocked.
That's cool.
After a moment, the door slides wide open with a groan and a grind. Unveiled a strange scene unexpected to find. In one corner stood a tall Christmas tree decorated with horrors that would make most folks flee. A stack of wrapped presents sat underneath. On the wall hung some bones in the shape of a wreath. A slim figure stood there in red Christmas clothes, white fur on his collar and bells on his toes. The room is more dimly lit than the previous room. Only a single lit torch hanging from the walls in the corner is providing light. In the opposite corner, a tree adorned with spiders, snakes, skulls, and other horrors lies. A solitary figure dressed in red and white holiday clothing stands with its back to the party. And as you take this all in, the Lich turns around with a glare and a grin. "Foolish mortals," he growled. "There's no way you can win." His green grin grew wider as his yellow eyes glowed, his fist filled with fire about to explode. He cackled like crazy and grinned and giggled with glee. "Once I claim your souls, you'll never be free." The tree tipped and knocked over the gifts that were stacked. As the bells on him jingled, the Lich then attacked. Alrighty. Good job, everyone, on dealing with the light bulbs. Congratulations, you found your Lich.
Oh,
boy.
God.
Oh yeah.
This fight's gonna be a bitch.
Nice.
Alrighty then.
My best initiative roll yet. Let's go.
Oh.
Yeah, give me 1 second to.
My initiative's been so ass today, bro.
Oh.
I'm gonna restart combat really quickly. Okay, so I will add that. I have a question, Pato. How long does your dog last?
An hour.
Okay, so you still have your dog. And then.
Speaking of baby no dog, I want to look at the Peak concert that they're doing for Baby No Money.
Yeah, it's cool.
Looks good.
Cool.
I'm
going to be going to an actual Baby No Money concert next year.
Oh, didn't you hear he quit music?
But does he cancel all his like future tour dates, right?
I don't know, probably. I'm pretty sure it's just a goof because he's like that. But
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's a bit.
If it isn't, you better get that refund.
Right? Jesus.
All right. Oh, that's large. Why is it so big? Huh.
That's what she
Interesting.
said.
Okay. Is this the right one? Nope. Nope. There we go. Oh, that's not how you spell things in the English language. Okie dokie. Let me reveal the room for you all.
Yippee!
Erase. We're gonna erase this.
Beam.
Oh, Jesus.
Bam.
Tree.
I wonder if that tree's
Does
going to
it-
come to life.
Oh, Jesus.
I know,
oh,
right?
no,
It's
it's
that
already-
with that face on.
It's so scary.
It was already moving. It knocked over all the presents.
Ah.
I thought it just fell over.
No. Let's see. Okay. So with that, I think all of you rolled your initiatives. Yes. Nope.
Oh.
No, you didn't yet.
not
Please
yet.
roll initiative.
Oh, you
Oopsie.
were waiting? We were waiting.
So I thought I said go.
God damn.
Fuck, bro.
Hot damn.
Oh, okay. And then could you roll initiative? Oh, actually, no. The dog shares your initiative, right?
Yeah.
14 there. 20, and then
Also, I forgot he's a concentration dog, so he might actually be gone because I took
Have you
damage as a
taken-
bear.
oh yeah, you did take. So roll. Here I have the bear here still. So, roll 2d20s. So you took damage a couple of times.
One was a 15 and one was an 18.
Oh, you're fine, bro.
Yes. Oh, and then could you roll one more for the fire?
The fire?
You got bit twice, and then you got fire damage.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, now one.
Well, okay. Well, now you
Damn.
lost. Sorry about that.
No more dog.
Oh.
No more
It's okay. You
dog.
can bring dog back.
It's okay. I wanted to do something else anyway.
Okay. Okay. So let me remove him then.
Oh, you got
Okay.
Moonbeam already there already, bro. No chance.
So Nibbles, it's your turn. I see you
Yeah,
already have what
moving.
you'd like to do in
your
mind.
blue cheese.
Blue cheese has mold in it.
Okay. Okay. So I see that you're opening up with a moonbeam.
Yes, please.
Is there anything else you would like to do?
Yeah, I want to do a little jig.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
I imagine like the Snoopy dance. Just like,
God damn it. Okay. So with that, you are going to put that there. Okay, and then Pato, it is your turn. What would you like to do, Pato?
I would like to cast Flaming Sphere on the Lich.
Okay.
Oh, Lich!
But yeah, so you have to pick a spot near them, and then
If
you
you
can
put
do
it
the
between
bonus
them,
action.
you can hit both.
That's what I'm doing. It's between them.
Yeah, just went up, so get in there and fight.
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Okay. Also, I'm gonna put this. This is the tree.
Can the tree fit through the door?
Does the tree look evil?
Yo, look at it, bro.
Oh, he's cute though.
So are you using the bonus action to attack with it as well?
Yes. I'm slamming it into the ledge.
Oh, righty.
So he needs to
Oh,
do
God,
a
are there
dexterity
snakes
saving
on the tree? Nice. Cute.
Yeah. Yeah, snakes and
Whoa.
spiders and
throw.
cobwebs.
I say
and
we
stuff
adopt
online.
the tree.
Oh, love that.
He
You think there's-
succeeds on the dexterity save. Does he take?
You think those
partial
candy
damage?
canes are still
I
good?
think he takes half as much.
Okay. So go ahead and roll the damage.
7.
7. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, because I upcast it. I used a 3rd level spell.
Oh, I see.
Just 3d6
Also,
instead of 2.
7 points of damage there.
Zuko! Is that Zuko?
It's Yuko, yeah.
Hello, Zuko.
Fire Nation attack.
8 damage there. Okay. Anything else you would like to do, Pato?
I'm gonna look at Nibbles and I'll be like, what the fuck is that thing called? The melted cheese thing, and you did fondue?
Fondue, yeah.
Oh, fondue, is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, let's make some fondue, Nibbles.
Yeah.
Hell yes. Alrighty. If that is all, I will pass your turn, and now it is the Christmas tree's turn. Okay. What's my
Oh, like token of the
Um,
Christmas tree is just such an old man. Like, and just
Oh, yeah.
compared to what it is in the fucking Discord, it's making me laugh.
Oh yeah, 100%. Let's see.
He looks like he'd be voiced by Peter Stormare.
Let's see, what does he do? He sort of steps into the doorway a little bit, and sends and like sort of reaches a branch-like arm out, and sends an attack towards. Can really only see Pato well, so unfortunately it's going towards Pato. You get a little
What do you
bit
mean he
of
can only see
cover
me?
from this angle. I didn't say he could. I didn't say he could only see you. I didn't say he could only see you well. Actually, I don't think it is. Here, let me.
Whatever.
Yeah, that line.
Whatever, man.
You can see Nibbles
Whatever.
too, but he sees you
Oh,
first.
whatever.
All of the sturdy people are at full cover right now.
Get sturdy.
I'm being punished for my fondue.
Hello.
I messed up. Hello.
Sorry, my headset battery died and I accidentally muted my microphone.
Well, fun, don't do that again.
I don't know if you're gonna say it, but I'm saying he saw you first, and you do get cover. You do get cover through the doorway. So
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
I'm getting punished for fondue time.
Now, damn it! Now I want fondue. Sounds good.
I think you're doing Gouda.
Gouda.
Okay. Anyhow, so I'm gonna roll this, and I'm gonna subtract.
Why is there an angry bush?
Does a 19 hit you, Pato?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not funny anymore. I was laughing because of the angry bush. And
You take 20 points of damage from the bark that flies out towards you.
Oh, 20?
That's the thing about Christmas trees. They're all
20.
bark, no bite.
Oh.
Wait.
Yes, you take 20 bark damage.
Jesus. I don't feel so
Anybody-
good, guys. I won't go.
Anybody got any Molotov cocktails?
Oh, damn.
Shit.
Oh.
Ow.
Okay.
Owie.
So, that is that's turn. Oh, and then the lich goes.
Son of a lich.
So, let's see. So the skeletal masked figure kind of like steps forward. Kind of goes into his corner. So he took damage from the moonbeam at the start of his turn. Took damage from this, but he only takes more damage if he ends his turn near the sphere, right? Pata?
Yeah, so the tree thing takes damage. Because he ended his turn.
Oh yes, you are right. Can you roll the damage for the tree, and then is that a save or is it just damage because he's nearby?
Save, I think. Any creature that ends its turn must save. So he'll
Okay,
either
what kind
take
of save?
full or he'll take half.
Okay. Is it a dexterity save like the other one, or is it different?
Yes, it's dexterity.
Dexterity. Okay. He takes full damage.
Cool, 10 damage.
Okay. You see like some of his branches begin to like ignite and catch fire, just like slowly starting to like pat them out.
Yeah, fuck you, asshole.
Does not look good for the tree. Okay, but this one steps out and let's see. You see, this one is actually going to see, you actually see the lich kind of step out and he will level he will level a sort of like bone covered finger towards all of you and say, "You will rue the day." Doesn't have. Let me see if I can draw a good line here.
You're too slow.
God.
Fuck.
Pieces.
Small pen. Let's see. This. I think you could probably get those three of you.
Oh shit.
There's no more. So as a streak of lightning jumps from his bony fingers, and they need a dexterity save from Takashi, Boppet, and Nibbles. Dexterity save, please.
No, not that.
I'm doing a great job as a tank today.
Oh jeez.
Okay. Yeah, I doubt.
Oh no, those are not good rolls.
Oh jeez.
Okay. Let me roll the dice really quick. That is not good. Where's the dice roller? Lost it. That is 25 points of damage to all of you.
Oh.
Damn.
Lightning damage.
Oh God. I'm close to dying. Yay.
And then he is going to step back into his corner here.
You and me both, buddy.
Beam. Nice. What an idiot.
Oh.
He hasn't really got a lot of space to work with back there.
No,
Yeah,
he really doesn't. Okay. So that brings us to Boppet. It is your turn.
Why, hello.
Hello, Bob.
Yes, so Boppet gets hit by a stream of lightning, convulsing he falls to the floor as Village retreats into his very brightly lit little corner where Boppet makes his way back to his knees, and as he slowly stands up, he says, "Your actions are evil, your heart is pure black. Now, my army of children, attack." And
they're just running to the moonbeam and just drop.
Also,
God.
by the way, since he ended his turn there, he has to make a Constitution saving throw.
The moonbeam.
Oh.
Ice cream. Taking off his blue jeans?
He takes Moonbeam at the start of his turn.
Okay.
The fire, he already took the damage from the Moonbeam, and then the fire, if he was standing next to it, is at the beginning of his turn, but he stepped a little bit.
Okay.
or sorry, the other way around. One's at the beginning, the other's at the end. So he took both of them this round, but he'll take more next round if he's there.
Good.
Okay.
Oh,
So Bop It, you're trying to encourage the children to run to the death. What else would you like to do?
well, first let's see what the children do. That's the forms of your decisions.
You see the children like kind of huddled in a group in the room behind you, and just I don't think we're very good at that.
Bob will
Can't we just go home to our parents?
Bob will sigh and shake his head, and I will think of a rhyme for how disappointed Bob is later. Let's see. 1, 2.
Is he disappointed?
Fuck you. This is tricky. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 7 squares of movement, I think.
Sounds about
Yeah, so Bob's just gonna run over. He's gonna try to grab this lich, like by the
Always
leg.
grab him.
okay.
I believe that is
So you
considered
run in there. I need you to roll a Constitution save.
Oh, please.
I'm sure it'll go very well. 21.
God. Oh,
Okay,
good. You're
good.
Yeah,
fine.
that'll do it. So half damage
Half
from
damage.
Nibbles.
All right.
Yeah, Nibbles, roll some damage.
Oh, yeah, of course. Please don't die.
Well, that's up to you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you roll the
your TV?
minion damage when you get a chance. There you go. Oh, yeah, see, you're fine. So you take
Okay.
2 points of damage.
Yes.
Phew.
Now for a contested strength check between me and the guy that never hits a fucking gym.
Yes. Okay. So is this a grapple?
Yeah, 27.
Okay.
27. Holy moly.
Yeah, no, that's that's not going to work out for him.
Alright.
That's a strong no.
Bobbit grabs him, one like hand closing around, I guess, his tibia, or what's the
Okay.
bottom leg bone called? So I think your arm is called the tibia. Whatever.
The
It's fibia. Okay,
femur?
fibia and the knee kind of join. He goes. He drags his lich back out of a door.
Okay, so you grab him and then you're going to yoink him back.
Yeah, I can
okay,
get him up
let's
to
see.
here.
Damn.
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Okay. So that is all of your movements.
Mhm.
gotta do that.
Let's see. So you'd still get 1 attack.
Yes, and then the mole comes out to play.
Okay.
Scared.
That is a
Last time I
14
heard
to
you
hit.
say mole, I thought you were going to hit them with a mole. Like a live animal.
Wait,
See,
what?
you
A
did.
mole.
Yeah.
You
14 doesn't
see
not hit.
as he you see as you bring down the ball, you see he's kind of panicking. No, stop, wait, no. And you throw up he throws up an arm in protection, and it bounces off a magical barrier as your as your maul comes down at him, so it does not hit.
Would you roll a hit?
So that was a miss.
16, 14. Okay.
Struggle as you will, try as you might, none will hear your screams tonight.
Oh, damn.
Oh, you're so good.
Oh, my
man.
God.
Ellie Bop's turn.
Alrighty then. So with that, it brings us to Ward and Keshi, and then back to the top of the order. So Ward, what would you like to do?
I'd like to ask him a question.
Okay, go ahead and ask him away.
That's 17 to hit.
Alrighty, that definite. Actually, wait, no, actually, that does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, I'm rolling a trip attack again because I want to make him fall over.
Okay.
So,
Bro, it was a
that's
drag. You got dragged here by its leg.
slashing damage, superiority dice, and then he has to beat a DC 15 strength check. Good luck.
Damn.
That's a 6.
This guy got dragged out of his office, fucking punched, fucking had some of an axe just come up from behind, fuck him up, and trip him in the process somehow.
Oh.
And what does prone gives me advantage,
now-
right?
Yeah, you have advantage on melee attacks.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Bro, we gotta fucking decimate
Okay.
this man.
So I'm gonna bring down my second attack. That's a 21 to hit. I do believe that hits.
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage as well.
That's an extra 10 damage.
Alrighty. 10 more damage.
And then I'd like to action surge.
Yep.
This is gonna be this guy's worst turn in history, bro.
Yep.
I actually
Okay.
buff
Go
my
ahead.
attacks back over.
Go for it.
Does a 15 hit?
15 will glance off the magical barrier protecting it.
Ooh.
Oh,
No, that was at
it's not.
advantage, so I should roll again.
That is at advantage, so you do get to roll again.
Oh yeah, go.
Oh,
Hey, 24.
Oh my
that one will
god.
hit. Oh,
Save myself by knocking him prone. Nice. So that's another 12 damage. And this time I'm just going to roll up with advantage because I remembered for my second attack. Oh man, can't win them all. That's a 13, which
Yep,
I'm pretty sure
that
misses.
one misses.
You roll advantage?
Yeah,
Oh.
I rolled a 4 and a 6.
Oof.
So as you just wail into him, you see he's like trying to protect himself and is failing and is wailing and flailing around miserably. And you see at one point you land a solid blow across his face, and the skeletal visage of his face is shattered and revealing what was just a skeleton mask, and behind it a mortal man.
Huh.
You done fucked up now.
I thought it was Christmas, not Halloween.
And as you and as it shudders away, you see his eyes sort of panic. No, my impervious disguise. No, get away from me.
The guy's neck already.
I believe that is your turn.
That's my turn. Hey, Takeshi, he's prone, so you get advantage.
Oh, 2 of me now.
Otto, did you say so? Sure. Okay. Then now it is Takeshi's turn, and then Nibbles and Pato, you will be next.
Yippee!
Just bullying this lich.
Here. And yep, gonna attack him twice with advantage with my katana.
Okay, go for it.
26. Let me do damage first with this. Of course.
I feel by the time my turn comes around, he's just gonna be dead.
You know, that is possible. Okay.
Well,
First
that
one,
is
yeah, that definitely hits, and
13,
that's
but then
13
there's also
points of
necrotic damage. So 16 points. 13 splash,
Okay.
3 necrotic. Next one, next attack. Roll.
Go for it. Rolls the attack.
Oh shit. Okay. I'm gonna do my sacred blood and add a d6 to that.
That
Making it
okay,
18.
so you can make it more. 18 will hit.
Excellent.
The DM is like, oh man, he really is gonna die, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I have no idea what fucking class this guy's playing. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
It's samurai.
I can't reroll the. It's a samurai
Fight
class.
Is it actually? Oh,
Yeah, it's a
okay.
fighter sub plus. It's really,
Okay.
it's a really good one.
And then I also have the Valley, the Vatile. Sacrifice something with critical roll.
Interesting.
That gives me that shit. Can't do any more than that. Oh wait, forgot one more. Plus 5. 9 plus 5. That's 14 points. 9 slash and 5 necrotic.
Okay. 14 points of damage.
Action surge.
Oh Jesus.
That's
Go
what
for it.
More.
That definitely hits.
This is where we're gonna find out that like the tree was actually the bad guy, and this guy was just like some poor guy. He got to like dress up as a lich.
Oh no!
It's just like wailing at him. He's like, "No, stop! Wait, no, wait, stop!"
Switch it that to 2. So that is 15 points of slashing damage with an extra 3 points of necrotic. One more attack. Natural 20.
Roll damage.
22 plus an extra.
Don't forget to double the extra dice.
Oh yeah.
Why would you remind? I don't think he needed that. He's gonna be dead.
That is 20.
I'm gonna be honest,
32 points.
How would you like to do this?
Oh my god.
He didn't need to crit to kill him on that one. It was just for the overkill. Jesus Christ.
As I'm like stabbing into him crazily. I'm like, how dare you do this to children? You bastard, you bad burn hell! And I'm just wailing into him.
As I see Takeshi just doing this, would it be okay if Pato, like, as it's Takeshi's turn, she's like, okay, they're gonna die. I'm just gonna go like cover some of the children's ears.
Shield the children.
I'm just gonna shield the children. Like, hello, little babies. Everything's going to be okay. We're not the bad people.
Super trauma.
Yeah, and the last one
Aaron sent us to get you back.
Straight right through his eye into his brain.
Oh my god.
Oh, God.
Okay, so that's your turn. Nibbles and Pato. Nibbles first. What would you like to do? The lich is not moving anymore.
Also, I want to do a second win real quick.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Damn it. Okay, so 8 points.
So Nibbles, what would you like to do with him? Pato, you're next, but I think you already said what you wanted.
Nibbles was like, it was all fun and games until the cheese knife turned into an actual knife and I saw my friends beat the shit out of a man.
Why is this? What is this like Happy Christmas story rated R?
Oh my god.
So what would you like to do?
It's not tree alive.
Yeah, fuck the tree, I guess. I put my moonbeam under it.
Okay, cool. Roll
just
damage.
leave the moonbeam in there and just like wait around the corner until it dies.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Moonbeam damage. And then can I use a bonus action to like mass heal word everyone? Jesus Christ.
Yes, you may.
The tree died.
Roll that, and then
Holy shit.
everyone heal.
You can't heal the lich though. He's dead.
Yeah, I can't because he's fucking dead. Everyone gets fucking 9.
I don't think even healing word a katana through the eye.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do to fix that.
Alrighty. So you all heal up. Pato, is there anything else other than shelter the children that you would like to
I'm
do?
just gonna be like, just talking to the kids. I'm gonna be like, so excited to go home soon?
Do any of you kids like Fortnite?
You guys like Fortnite? Yeah, that's all I'm doing. I'm just talking to the kids. I'm trying to distract them from the murder that's happening behind me.
6,
There's
7,
this one
am I
boy
right,
that
kids?
keeps trying to
6, 7.
there's this one boy that keeps trying to look over your shoulder and you keep just adjusting slightly.
Yep.
But alrighty. Are you keeping the flaming sphere back there?
I want to move it like here.
Just block the door.
Oh.
That's poor tree, bro.
Yeah. With the okay, then with that, the tree, he took damage from the moonbeam, and he is going to let's see.
Imagine we were just supposed to have them confess, and then there's like a happy picture with like the guys getting arrested. And
Nah, he's gonna tell.
Scooby-Doo module, guys.
Yeah. So at this point, the tree, he's going to try and squeeze out of here, and he will eventually be able to, but if you guys are going to keep attacking him and burning him, he's going to last not very long.
I mean, my main weapon is an axe, so I'm down to fuck this tree up. I came prepared.
Between the fire and literally anything else, the tree will return to kindling sooner than later.
It doesn't have to be like this tree.
He's not attacking you anymore. He's just trying to get out of here. And he just will slowly burn.
I just imagine like the song "Sleigh Ride," the Christmas song, and it's like slow, like he's singing it, and it's slowly distorting as he's melting.
It reminds me of that thing from Layers of Fear, where you have that record. It makes the bed melt.
Oh Jesus. Okay. So let's see. So the quote lich has been defeated. The tree has been burnt. The presents are smashed, and the children are free. So what would you all like to do now?
Go get our money.
To play Fetty Wap as loudly as possible, please.
What's
we don't
back
have
here?
A bard.
At the end of the hall is a chest. Is a small room with a small chest.
Does it contain a star to go on top of this tree?
And
by tree, I mean this building.
Yes.
Which is clearly shaped like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
I hadn't noticed that. That's
stupid.
But yes. So would you like to open the chest?
With fists and
what's this?
Violence.
Okay, so you smash the chest open.
Yes.
Inside appears to be a gem and a small chime.
I thought you were going to say small child.
I know, right?
Hey, well, I'm glad everyone came to join us with it.
Wow, we got
wait
loot.
a second. Is this not a gem? What the fuck? Oh, it is.
Piece of meteorite.
I'll send you a picture of this. This is not what I had in mind.
It's actually just a slod. The real boss is here.
A botchling.
A gem with a handle thing.
Oh, it's like a little
And-
monocle.
Yeah, it's like a handled monocle. And then a small like a bell chime sort of thing. And that is about it. And there were other presents under the tree, but they have been burnt, scalded, and crushed at this point.
Listen, our objective
let's
was
see.
getting the children out of there. We did our job.
I
Listen.
wasn't criticizing you. So
The kids were taught a
if
strong
that is all-
work ethic, and they've got skills. You know, nowadays people don't know how to do stuff, so like they gain something.
Yeah.
I don't know how to build toys.
Alrighty then. So with that, you will all be able to, using the tree for kindling and torches, make your way back to the village, returning the children to their homes in time for a holiday day.
We take all the time
will be...
to create a sled out of carving the tree,
Mm-hmm.
and then we go down the mountain really quickly.
You could do that. With a sack of children on your back, it would be great.
Yep.
So once you all make it back with the children, parents will embrace and rejoice and cheer all of you on. There will be a great holiday celebration set in motion, and you all will be invited. The town will be decorated.
The guy
Sure,
that told us the quest, when we get back, I'm gonna whisper to him, "Hey man, guys ever go back up there, just not really sure about the whole lich thing. You might want to clean up the dead guy."
He just sort of looks at you with like a look of horror.
This lich is full of ketchup.
And you all be given many delicious holiday treats, and you will be given free beverages. There will be songs, and a grand feast will be held in your honor.
Let's go.
At the during the celebration, you will be presented with a gift from the town, a magical Veil snow globe. And the celebration will last well into the night and the next day, and probably trickle after a few days after that.
We grab the snow globe, shake it, it starts like fucking earthquake.
Oops.
Blizzard as well. It's both.
Oops.
Definitely could start a blizzard. But with that, congratulations, you rescued the children from their would-be lich captor, and
Their wannabe
successfully
lich
saved-
captor, more like it.
Yep. So congratulations, everyone! You did it. You beat the snot out of the lich.
Yay!
Yay! Woo! We're not the bad guys.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Fuck that guy.
And,
Prevails evil. Let's go.
Uh-huh.
I had two more little poems that I came up with for one I never got to use because we were all rolling really good today.
Yes, you were. Holy shit.
But the one window to the grave, and then it says insert name here, thought he would see him. Instead, it seems he was channeling Liam.
Oh, damn!
Get out of here.
Oh,
Never
damn!
Never got to use that one, which is a shame. I was excited for that.
Get out of here.
And then I had some more for if a lich had survived, but only barely. But never even got to that point.
You know, on the note of rhymes, what made me like read this and be like, yeah, this one seems, it was literally just like there was a title thing, which it's a parody of Mr. Grinch. And it's just like, you're a foul one, Mr. Lich. Your flesh smells like decay. For the crimes you have committed, there will be hell to pay, Mr. bitch. And I was like, yes, that one. I want that. I don't care. It's funny. So yeah, it's weird because this little like module is written for different levels. You could run it at basically any level, and it has different like assortments for it. And so like there is one for like level 20 characters where you're actually fighting like an archlich.
Nice. It would have gone exactly the same.
Probably would have gone the same, honestly.
We'd have just gotten more attacks per turn.
Bob would have still got into the office and pulled him up by his leg, and everybody else would have beaten his face into pulp.
And I would have had to shield the children from the slaughter.
All of that happened in 6 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, everything levels up so if the children would actually be adults in that level.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody levels up, including the children.
Yes. The nobles are
Achievement
dragons, the
got
children are adults, and
super
the lich is a lich.
Mhm.
Not sure what the tree would be though. There's a bigger tree. The redwood.
It would be one of those like plastic Christmas trees.
Oh.
God.
Well, thank you
It
for
says
the
it's on-
session, DM.
Yeah, very
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hope you all had
Happy
fun
holiday.
in the merriment and slaughter.
Did not go how I thought it would.
You know, same.
We kind of had like a stacked crew though. We had 2 fighters and
Yeah.
a barbarian.
Yeah,
Just as like our front liners.
Versus a
and, like,
lich at close
2
quarters.
pretty good like backliners as well, you know. So it's like we were all
Min-max
pretty
is-
good. Yeah, this was
Min-max Christmas themed one shot, guys. Good job.
Woo!
Beat the fun out of it.
Let's go.
Don't worry. Next time I'll open up with the like, you know, 9th level cataclysmic
One of these days.
fucking all asteroids.
Oh.
one of these days you need to give us like one of those games where it's like it's like a trap route thing, like it's like permadeath, and like every time you so just to see like you're like just like where the goal is to like just be as powerful as possible, and the place is just horribly evil.
God.
Alrighty then. Well, good job everyone. And I hope that you all have a wonderful holiday season.
Yeah.
We
Same to you.
we'll be taking a break as some of us are out of town or visiting with family or celebrating the holidays. So we will be back in the new year. We'll see probably Friday the 9th. Is what I'm thinking now. So I will see you all then, and happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Merry Crimbo,
Happy holidays,
Hanukkah, and or Kwanzaa, everyone.
See y'all next time.
Goodbye.
Alrighty. I am going to be right back. I need to go use the restroom, and then we're gonna play some blueprints because I've been thinking about it for the last like hours. I've been awake, however long I've been awake. So we're gonna play some of that, and then in like an hour, we're gonna watch TikTok. So Kiwi, Vexed, Buster, Noxia, if you guys want to send me TikToks, feel free to send me them, and then we'll do that for the night. I will be right back. Let me turn the music down. It's Christmas. Yeah, it's Christmas. It's Christmas. Okay. Hello, Bucky, by the way. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're doing stuff and things. We're gonna be opening up blueprints. And I think I might just change the music to not be Christmas anymore. It's putting me to sleep, I'm gonna be honest. Christmas makes me sleepy. Christmas makes me sleepy. Alright. Let's play some blueprints. And then in a little bit we'll watch TikToks. Secret puzzles galore. Done. How you doing? I'm good. I am good. How are you doing? Continue. This essay is a pain to write. I believe in you, Vexed. I believe in you so fucking hard. I hope everyone's having a wonderful Friday. Happy Friday to everyone. Let's get are the boxes back, boss? The boxes are back. Let me unpin this. Hold on. Unpin this message. Yep, they are back. Let me just make sure the alerts are on. Good, thank you, of course. It's happy to see you here. Yes, blind boxes are on. So grab your blind boxes. Yeah, blind boxes. Oh, let me go like this. There you go. Hey! Now you have 7 out of 8. Look at that. 5 steps. Ooh, fuck it. We'll try the classroom one. I haven't done the classroom one before. Don't look like there's anything in here, though. Need you to help me. Help my husband. Alright, let's get in it. Let's get in it to win it. Can't believe yesterday we were so close and then we got cucked at the end, so. Let's do this one. Boop. We'll do the closet. I would like a ring. I would like a ring. Ooh, and we got the silver key. Not bad. Dress. Oh, it was Bride Bridge, that one. This is Face Ace. My baby. Where the hell's my husband? Alright, let's go this way. East wing. Storeroom. Coin. Gem key. Oh, pin pine. Ooh. Let's do the pantry. This is not the song I expected to play next. It spooked me. Hi, Bunby! Welcome on in. I saw you in here earlier, but welcome on in. You know, I always appreciate seeing you here. Car. This game's like quiet. Oh. Classroom. While drafting in the classroom, you may draw new floor plans one time for each thing room in your house. Oh, classroom. Oh, for each drafting one. Sure, fuck it, we'll try it. Ooh, blueprints. How have you liked it? I've liked it a lot. Also, hello, Hoya. Thank you for the raid earlier. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful time. I guess I could turn it up a bit, because if it's quiet, I don't know. Let me turn the music down a little bit. Alright, there you go. Is there anything for me? Freddy B minus color work. Blue, green. Ooh. Why? What did he get wrong? My favorite color is red. B plus. Okay. Grade 1. Do I have to get like ooh, apple? And banana. Hey, this room ain't so bad. Colors. I feel like there's something I have to do here. B plus Benny. Each color is only used twice. 10 out of 12. Oh, maybe you gotta use it like multiple times? Just really like red. Damn. Okay. It's BB set 3. This is the 3rd set. Classroom puzzle. Can you find the difference? Oh, this is P and peak. The 8 is sideways here. Is that for a reason? It is... It's this one. Whoop, there you go. Yeah, Vex, you have all of them. You should have a little hat. You wearing your little hat? Yeah, you're right here. There you go. Alright, where are we going? Where are we going? This way. Bedroom, den, library. Discover less common floor plans while drawing. Redraws 2. Let's redraw. Let's see what else we can get. I wouldn't mind the parlor. The gems are in the white box. Only one box contains the gem. Only one box is true. That's a lie. They're in the white box. Only one box contains gems. Ooh. I don't get anything. Yeah. Okay. Right now, I want to leave you. I'm strong. To the bedroom. Oh, it's time to leave you when I get you everywhere. Boop. Bunk room, nook, dining room. Nook. Let's do the nook. Hope you guys are having a good day, by the way. I love you guys very much. Ooh, we'll just use a normal key. I don't want to use a special key yet. For the most, I'll hip away now. Let's redraw. I'll do the library. There's a lot in the months. I'm acting kind of crazy. Let's just use a normal key. I don't want to use the door key yet. Shouldn't do this. Fuck. Oh, it's hard to leave you. Ooh, okay. Did I screw us? I did not. I have to go back, though. Code check. I don't think we have anything in code check, actually. Yeah, no, we don't. Apple. Apple. Is good. Oh, thank you. I'm always gonna think of that fucking movie when I think of apples. The Enchanted movie, I think it's called. Oh no, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. Let me go. Is this gonna be Pray Pry? It is. Everything's alright. The boudoir. Which will have a gem for us because of Christmas. Oh, it's always red. I don't know. Sometimes it's like random depending on the puzzle thing, but it seems like this one does the same one. Let's do the den. Then off the sinking. Plain plan. Plain plan. Billiard room, security. Let's do security. Security doesn't give us anything other than the key card, does it? I don't think it does. Key card system. Key card system settings. Offline mode 2 unlocked. Confirm. And we're going to set the security level to low because we don't have any of those. I know it seems to hurt your page. Into my face makes me. Let's go this way. It's a good song, isn't it? I guess the archives. Poop. I don't want to do that one, but I will do this one. It's a banger, it really is. Ooh, poo. It's not what I wanted. I'm trying to think. I don't know, my brain don't think hard. Let's do this one. Ooh, this is the... Oh, this one's lead back to the closet. That's right. Okay. Whatever. Fuck you, furnace. I guess this one. We're kind of screwed though. So. Oh, the weight room. Okay. I wish there was like a quick start. Is there a quick start in this game? Let me look it up. Quick restart blueprints. It looks like there is not one. Navigating my... I can't. Yep. She was taking a nap earlier. She's trying to also eat yarn. Multitasking. Multitasking. Hello again, friend of a friend. Let's do hallway. Let's do this one. Let's do... let's just do the den. I think I'm gonna go east wing. Every time I go... Or west wing. Every time I go east wing, I always end up, I think, cutting myself short. So we're gonna go this way first. Courtyard. I'll do the spare bedroom instead. Star stair. I don't like any of these choices. Pantry will not be good though. So we'll take the nook and we'll take the key. Let's do the West Wing Hall. Well, this way. And we'll do... do this one. A shovel? Oh my, don't mind if I do. If we get code check, I'm gonna put that shovel in there. Bedroom, parlor, billiard room. I want to do math. You won't hear me say that often, but in this game, I like doing the math. 10. 2, I think. No. 3. Hi, Star. 13 plus 17 is 30 to 3 again. 19 minus is 8. What's 8 times 3? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 2. 2. How you doing, Star? How's your other day off feeling? How's your second day off of school? I think, if memory serves. Use passageway, I guess. Fuck, I guess that one. Okie dokie. You will no longer be able to see. Oh, the aquarium. I love the aquarium. Nope. Oh, that's the way I want to go to. Fuck. Chapel, I guess. Had to work today, but it was a good day, not gonna lie. I almost have 24 hours yesterday. I literally woke up for your... Aw, it's so nice of you. I'm glad that you hung out. Yeah, I would love some grapes. Thank you. Laboratory literally does nothing, so... Eat these. I'll take these coins. And then I'll head on back out to the other way in the archives. Is there a key somewhere? Oh, there's a key right there. Nice. I'll go this way. Why did I pick, I have no mouth and I must scream to write about? This is so depressing. Fair. I will not go that way yet. I would rather take my money real quick. That's a good story, though, to be fair. It's a good story. Ooh. Another key. Use. Oh. Gymnasium, lose 2 or do the confidential. Let's do the gymnasium. And then let's go straight. East wall. Wait. Yeah, let's do this one. And then what's gonna be in this one though? Nope, never mind. Don't want to waste my key. Huh? Oh. Co-check drawing room, archived floor plan. Let's do co-check and then I can check in the shovel. Hello, Rainer. Happy Friday. How are you doing? Thank you. Oh, shovel. Oh, welcome. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Thank you for the pat. Where's this one? Ah, laboratory. Fuck. Oh, I should have gone through the gymnasium. Those locked too, so it's like either one, right? Yeah. Darn it. Darn it. Hi, my Rob. Hi, baby. Mom. Alright. It happens. Don't be blue. Fair. What's up, Dog Sweaters Monthly? Hope you're doing well. Root cellar. I don't even have my shovel, though. For wick. Alright, that's fine. That's kind of why we saved the shovel. And then hopefully we'll get the garage, maybe. But we shall find out, chat. If to be a born feeling fine. Understandable. Well, I appreciate you hanging out with us. As I play this silly little game. Corridor. Cool. East wing again. Let's go this way. Swoop. Ooh, car keys? We're gonna get the garage, chat. We're gonna get the garage. I believe it. Let's do pathway. We have more steps and money. I don't think we need either of those, though. Bloop, bloop. This is desert and dessert. There's nothing else in here. Oh, the aquarium. They're giving us a lot of the orange cards early, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. Passageway storeroom. Let's do the storeroom. So that way we can earn back that gem that would have been nice. Plan. Where are we going? Let's go into the bedroom. Nothing in the bedroom. Let's do the den. Security wouldn't be bad, because it would give us 2 ways instead of the 1 way, and we wouldn't have to lose money. That's stupid. Are they giving us a security door? Fuck. Okay. Okay. Let's see. The parlor, no. Library, no. Oh, the garage. Perfect. And now we'll get the keys. And a map. Ooh. Ooh, and a compass. I think the compass is what got us last time to get to the... to almost get to the antechamber. 1, 2, 3. It's like up there, so I'm gonna have to get to the west wing. Okay. Or east wing, my bad. Then we'll go back to the bedroom. Okay. But if you gave me just a little bit of something, maybe work with and push me out. Alright, let's go. Let's go this way. Thank you for the song request. Hopefully, it'll give us the right song. Let's do the pantry, because they're all the same. Gonna need a shovel, too. Yep. Hopefully, we'll either get the commissary, or we'll get the, coat check, because I coat checked a... fuck. Because I coat checked a shovel. I think it's up here, right? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's one more up. So we have to. Oh! Give this. Give me my shovel. Is there like a 1-minute stream delay? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. You might have to refresh, or if you're on mobile, that kind of fucks it a lot. If you're on mobile. Oh. I'm gonna have to open my nose again, huh? Alright, hold on. Damn it. Magnifying glass and metal detector. Let's do the parlor. Hopefully it's just you, so hopefully refreshing will help, but does not have a statement. This is true. That means the gems are in a box with a statement. False. Nice one. Yeah, boy. Holy shit, okay, that stats went bad for everyone. Did you get an email from your teacher that it went bad for everyone? Still delayed? Okay, I'm in the room, right? Average grade was 55 out of 60. Oh, not bad. That is strange. I do not know. 1, 2. Oh, I'm one off. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's in this room. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's being bubkish. I'm sorry. Do East Wing, huh? It said there. No, it's in the next room, right? Canvas gives you the highest, lowest, and average. Oh, interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do I do with the trick? Yeah. This looks like the spot. Time to start digging. I don't know if this popped up last time. Oh, damn. Oh! Oh, shit. I got 8 gems. Let's go. I'm gonna have to fix that floor later, though. Not yet. Let's see where this one goes. A courtyard. I wouldn't mind going to a courtyard. That might have stuff we can dig up. It's a key card, you son of a bitch. Slight latency? Not 1 minute, though. Okay. Okie doke. Your floor? Yeah, we had to get the treasure. Yeah, I'll use this. Because I have another key in it. It had 3 keys in it! Shit, it had 3 keys in it. Damn. And then there's nothing. Yeah, it was just the trunk. So, let's go this way. Archives, observatory, kitchen. What rank are we? 6? We haven't gotten the dining room yet. I kind of want to do archives, but that could cuck us. So let's do the observatory. And Moira. Southern Cross rooms with 4 doors are more common today. And I get another diamond. I quite like this star mechanic. It's quite nice. Boop 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 doo boo doo boo doo boop 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 boop. Weight room. Great hall with 7 locked doors. Well, I have 6 keys, so let's just go straight and then let's see what happens. The cloister or the rotunda. I think it doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter. I think I'm gonna just do this one. I can't get those. I don't think that could. We'll just use the key here. Passageway. Guys, we made it to the antechamber. Woo, baby, let's go. Wait. What? Wait, what? How do you open the antechamber? Okay. Okay, I guess I'll keep going. Fuck. Use. What's the antechamber about if I can't just go into it? Use a rotunda. But did you? I don't know. I would hope so. Walk-in closet. Study. Door from a specific... maybe, but now that worries me. Rotate floor plan. Oh shit, but I used the... Fuck! I used my only gem to do that. And I needed a gem for this. And now I have to click the study and hope and pray that the study... Okay, we'll do the study. Doesn't look like there's anything in there, so I'm gonna go back. Hoping it's on the other side now. But your perfume. Use. Patio. Gem requirement. Dark room. Fuck it. Let's go dark room. Wait. Can I just go this way? No, because of the key card. Damn it. I guess this one. No! No! What do you mean? You fucking assholes. I don't even have a key card, do I? No. But this is not the end. This is not the end. Do not worry, chat. Alas, this is not the end. Well, these are all locked, right? The Great Hall is locked. Go back through the passageway then. Locked. Fuck. Okay, then we'll use a rotunda then. Locked? Fuck. Okay, maybe this one won't be locked. The garage is all the way down there. Woo! Library. Boop. To the conference room. Okay, so what do we need? We need to turn... I need to be able to turn the doors off. And get more food. Locked. Shit. Does anybody want to give me a door? Fuck yes. What is this? Country stew pie. Plus an additional 10 if you have a boiler room in your house. Ooh. We could maybe get a boiler room. Locked. Fuck. The other passageway was locked. Which means we'd have to go all the way back down to the East Wing Hall, I think. Me thinky. It looks delicious. I know I'm gonna have to eat it. Otherwise, I won't have enough steps. Have dinner. Most depressed. Alright, we have dinner now. So now we gotta go back to the hallway, I think, down here. Or the East Wing Hall, because I don't know if that one was locked or not. Rotunda. Yeah, I need this to rotate. So I can go back into the passageway. I recorded some stuff today at night. It has been foggy for like 3 weeks. Everything looks so cool. Ooh, I bet it looks like I'm Hitler. Use too many steps to get those bonus steps? Never. Probably though. This one was locked if I remember. Yeah. What do you mean this isn't open? But I got. Great Hall Courtyard, East Wing Hall. And those are all empty. Yep. Fuck! That means we got all the way back. Oh, chat. Oh, chitty chat. And they took my money. Oh, none of these would lead. Unless I redraw. Let me redraw. You. Ooh, you dirty. Dirty words. I guess I'd rather lose the 2, I guess. Basketball. Ooh! Already cut something together. I can send it to you if you want to watch that video. Yeah, if you want. I'd be down for that. Break a box and then turn the stuff up. I don't have 11 steps, which means we'd have to go from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Unless I want to gamble and put it through the archives. But I don't think that's going to work that way. I don't know. Because of the breaker box. Right? Because that's too many steps, right? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that wrong? If you turn off the power in the gym, it won't use extra gems. Not that it will help you. That's true though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I'd get stuck in the Great Hall. So let's just do the archives and gamble. Gambling in the archives. Fuck! No. Oh. All right. At least I figured out how to do the treasure thing, because I had a treasure one last time and I fucked it up. Sizable manna. I'm like super uncomfy in my chair and it's annoying me. There we go, I fixed it. Gonna go back outside. Now that it's 7, I will take an edible, so that by the time that this bad boy kicks in, we'll watch TikToks. Nom. I'm gonna do the shelter. Do I need to step into the shelter for it to take effect? I don't know. I did it anyway, though. Alright. Boop. Hallway. Den, parlor, pantry, den, parlor, pantry. Let's do den. And then spare bedroom. Adult vitamin gummies, yum. They are yum. I would have to agree with you. There's a trunk in this room. Okay, I have to write that down. Current run notes. Trunk in den. Okay. Pantry nook. Closet. Kind of want the items in the closet. Key. Oh shit, Pog. Keys? Ooh, money and dice. Not bad, not bad, not bad. I'll take it. Alright, let's go this way. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Any other things in here? No, okay. Prime prey. Storeroom. Kitchen. Yeah, we can do the kitchen. Go this way. Corridor parlor. Let's do the corridor. Keep on walking. Keep the steps a-moving. I don't really want to do the chapel, so let's redraw. Ooh, I wouldn't mind doing security. Security! And then we're gonna lower this guy. A keycard system. Keycard system. Second security level 2. Low. Confirm. Change offline mode to unlocked. Confirm. And then go back. And then exit. Alright. Let's go this way. Or I guess I could open both ways. Garage. I want the garage. So we can do the parlor and hope for the garage. The garage. Honestly, getting the garage later is better. Okay with this one. Tie tier. I'll go into the parlor and we'll do the thing in the parlor. Let's see. The gems are in a box with a false statement. 2 false statements are false. All 3 statements are false. That's not true. That's not true. 2 statements are false. So this one is a lie. This one is true. The gems are in a box with the false statement. This one? Fuck! No! It's fine. It's not like I needed those gems anyway. I gotta do commissary. Not that I mind the commissary. Chapel laboratory. Chapel it is. Is there anything that I want from in here? Was a white box? I can't go back. Oh, well, I'll waste the thing to go back. I'm sheltered, I forgot. That's okay. Let's do the nook. Let's see if I can get the garage. This one. Do the dark room. So I'll be sheltered from this dark room. Black box was false and it said the gems were in a line. That's hard though. Like, how was I don't know how I was supposed to know this. I feel like I'm supposed to zoom in on what this says. Thank you for the pap. Let's go this way. No, not yet then. Go this way. Okay, let's go this way. West Hall Wing. I'm not mad about that. Locked, fuck. Gymnasium, boudoir, sauna. I'll take this. Fuck. What else we got? Pantry. Ooh. Yeah, let's do this one. Does this do anything? What is this game about? It's like it's a house that has a bunch of mysteries to it, and you gotta find your way out. I almost went the wrong way. If you've ever heard of the Winchester Mystery House, where it's like a house that has a bunch of doors that kind of lead to nowhere, it's kind of like that. But you have to. But in this one, we have to solve our way out of here. Boudoir is fine. Get the gym from boudoir. We're lacking on consumables. Found the room that has the clue, but you haven't found the room. Okay, fair. Fair. Oh, I turned the gym off. Weird. Locked. Fuck! That's locked, that's locked, that's locked. Go all the way back. Let's go all the way back, chat. Commissary. Motive, observation, I'm not new here. There was a shovel in the room, and I missed it. Whoops. Whoops. Not that it would have mattered anywhere, though. Yeah, not that it would have mattered anyway. So we haven't found treasure and we haven't found any rooms about it. Haven't found any rooms about it. Watch this be locked though, and I cry. Let's go. Water currency laboratory. Hello, laboratory. I need the boiler room. Billiard room, nursery, laboratory. Oh, this all leads to nothing! Nothing, chat, nothing. Oh, thanks. What did I call it? I'm bad at this, I think. I don't know if I'm good at this, but I'm having a lot of fun. And that's the important part, is I'm having a lot of fun, but god damn it, am I bad at it. I don't know if there's choices to be made that would be smarter than the choices that I make, because there's no delineation between smart. There's a lot going on in the lab. A lot. I mean, you mean more than just the little boiler room thing? Every time. Thank you for that, Bap. I like the hovel. Hovel give us items that help. Ooh, again. You are the piece of me I wish I didn't need. Actually, have we? I'm curious. Wait, no, it's R. Nope. We have not. We have not. Okay, very cool. The clues to puzzles and computers and a computer. Oh. Okay, well next time we get that one, I'll look through it more. I'll look through it more. We're just gonna go the way the wind takes us this time. Pantry. Banana. It's a good song. Spare bedroom. Hide your bat. Lucky foot. Forgot, what does this do? Greater chance of finding items. If our love's instant. Fuck. It's two items. Song is like League High Elo montage, best of 20. That's fair. Shovel. Worth. We got a shovel. Now do we go back outside? Fuck. Commence. Let's do the nook. Let's do the drawing room. A piece of me I wish I didn't need. This one. I'm fried and I don't know why. Yeah, let's do the parlor. Alright, I got this time. Don't worry. Don't worry, chat. I got this. Alright, ready? You ready? Alright. The other two statements have identical wording. This box and the blue box are both empty. This box and the white box are both empty. This box and the blue box are both empty. This box and the white box are both empty. Two identical wording. True? Identical wording? This is true. But one of these are false. This box, and the blue box are both empty. This box and the white box are both empty. This is true. False? False? Because it's not like word for word then? If that's false. Then, oh yeah, because if, oh, I think I get it. This one. Thanks, Devouring. Yippee. The other says white. Yeah, okay, I didn't know if it was like they're similarly worded or if it was more like the wording was similar. They were saying that both of the boxes were empty, and I didn't know if that was like just like the word like the meaning of them were the same, but I thought it was like I didn't realize it was like the exact words. Turnip, let's go. We love turnip. And a key. Let's go. I didn't know you could dig up keys. I guess I could see what would be this way. Coat check. This counts as 2 rooms. Let's do the bunk room. Gems. I get to visit the hamster. Nothing else in here. A hamster. I love that hamster. Desert. Yep. Way we rock. Let's do this one. In the night, wanna rock your body. Wanna go for a ride. Who feeds that hamster? God. God, obviously. God himself. More turnips. Alright, now I have to go. Oh no, I fucked myself. No, I fucked myself. Oops, okay. Just gonna pretend like that day didn't happen. That sucks. I had a lot of good stuff in that one too. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, I didn't mean to save it quit. No! What if the hamster is God? Then we should have him as our familiar and put him on our shoulder and bring him with us. I wanna dance in the light. You what? I fucked up. Pocky, I fucked up. Click the wrong buttons. I done goofed. And I trapped myself. So now I have to restart again. New day. No, new day. Less dollars. Hey, Lane, have you done Food Guesser yet today? I have not. Do you want me to do it? I could do it right now. Tomb. Each time you draft a dead end, your house, spread 5 in the tomb. Special items. Hi, Andrea. How are you doing? Thank you for your help with the video, by the way. What is that? Wait, what is that? What is this? What is this? A lockpick. I haven't gotten to get that yet. Yes, today was hard. Okay, I'll do it right now. Oh, break games, food guesser. All right. Let's see. This is cheese, sheep's milk, rennet, and salt. This dish is a semi-hard dairy product from the sheep's milk. It is firm, compact texture with a buttery, flaky consistency. The flavor is nutty, tangy, becoming more pronounced with aging, which typically lasts from 60 days to 2 years. This rice. Oh. Herringbone? Ooh. Doing Ireland. Warm. It is south of Ireland. Where the fuck is Ireland? Well, good morning. Good morning, Andre. I hope you slept well. Maps. What's south? Warm south? Portugal? Oop, that's not what I did today. What? Did you do yesterday? Spain. Goat's milk, salt, or oh, this one's cheese. It's a cheese day. It's also made from an aged clay pot to develop a distinct taste. Dude, I want cheese now. Fuck. Good thing we're having mac and cheese for dinner. Can I get any hints from the bottles? I don't think so. What else? France? You like France? Cool, France. France is cool. Let's go. I could go. Same. Honestly, it's cool, so it's not too far. Let's do Ukraine and see if it's closer. Warm model. I feel like I've heard of that one before. Ukraine, but it's southeast. I think it's cheese. It is cheese. Southeast. Let's do Iran. Borders Iran to the northwest. Turkey? I don't... Is this... Wait. Yeah, it's this one, isn't it? Unless it's this one. Azerbaijan? No, it is the Turkey one. But there's multiple Turkeys! Turkmenistan, Turkey. I'm guessing it's just Turkey. It's Armenia? What the fuck? What the fuck? Where's Armenia? Is this one Armenia? God dang it, I wasn't zoomed in enough. What's this one? Snicker bars, apples, whipped topping, pudding mix, milk. What the fuck? This isn't cheese. But in United States. That's gross. That's gross, man. That's gross. That is gross. I mean, it probably tastes a little good, but god damn it. That's gross. Damn, Vex did better than me. Damn. This one was hella easy? Fuck off. Fuck off. That's from Minnesota. Fuck. Does it taste good? I feel like that tastes bad. I feel like it'd be very sweet. I want cheese. I said what I said. I think to my head. Paint the town red. Let's do this one. Second one kicked my ass though. Fair. I wasn't zoomed in on Armenia enough. Get that little bit. She a rebel. Let's do storeroom. The devil. She better. Yeah, it's back to right. Let me take a break. Damn. Yeah, let her take a break. Let her take a break. Yeah, we weren't distracting her for that long. I promise. I promise. A magical foresight. Ooh. Let's go. Just gonna bag it on up and bring it back on in. There we go. Let's do West Wing Hall. Yeah, but if they've written one, they get one break for each page. I think that's fair. Don't burn yourself out too fast. Ooh, she a devil, she a bad little bitch, she a rebel. For me to settle. Parlor. Garage. Give me garage. Let me do this. Oops. Hello, Tempered Tide. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for the check-in. Alright, we gotta get... I can't even write 2 sentences. You have. You've written more than 2 sentences in my chat. Oh, I'll come back. I'll come back for that. I'll write the parlor. Alright. I got this. 5 pages of what? Elaine, she waited the last minute. Of an essay. 5 pages of an essay. And I know. It happens. Only one of the other boxes is false. The gems are in the false box. The gems are... This is false. This is a lie. But these are true? Then it would be in this one. True. Fuck yeah. Car keys, car keys, car keys. Let's go. Car keys, car keys, car keys. He lockpick it. Lockpick that shit, brother. Let's do hallway. Do I still have the lockpick? Okay, good, I do. Let's go this way. Nothing. Observatory. What will I get today? Apples are yum yum. And +3. Let's go. Yay. Wait, this one's different. Tube tub E. Tube tub E. Patio. Maid chamber nook. Let's do the nook. Okay, that's fine. Chapel, library. We're gonna have to go to the chapel. Yeah. Gem. Passageway. Yeah, let's do a passageway. Thank you, chapel, for giving us the thing I wanted. The foundation does not reset each day. Oh. Give me the break room. Give me the breaker room. Give me the breaker room. Give me the breaker room. Sure. Something here. Coins. 44 letters in the message. Free space. Face A's. Oh, you stupid son of a bitch. Oh, what do you mean? Unused pairings? Oh, what do you mean? Glove, love, sting, sing. Oh, fuck. Unused pairings. Glove, love, G. Okie dokie. Sling. Sing. L. Crowd. Crow. D. Grown. Gown. R. Snack. Sack. N. I have to write this down, chat. I have to write this down. I was not expecting to have to write this down. Okay. So... two... And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then the first one is F. God dang it. It's gonna take a while, huh? Paint. Huh? I was gonna do glide globe, but I don't think that makes sense. Glide globe, fly, paint, plane. Fly, plane, plane planet. Plane planet. Plane planet equals a T. And so if that's that, then does that mean 1, 2, 3 plane planet T? It means if we go 1, 2, 3, this is a T then? Oh, there's a safe. I don't know. I feel like it was study faces. Beard bard. Okay. I don't know if it's possible with a little time left, but I need to remember to ask Anne if we have the commission artwork need for all the rooms of the house. We need to produce in sets of 2, a pair for each room. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm thinking. I'm likely delusional to think this is going to be pulled off by Thursday. Yeah, a little bit, Grandpop. Just a little bit, Grandpop. Okay. I don't know what the safe password is. Okie dokie. I have to write that down as well. Safe in study. Okay. That would be down. I see. There was a door there, right? Nope. Okay. Oh, the breaker box. Yeah, I don't have a choice. I think. Boop, 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 boop. God dang it. Ooh. Turnip. Yes! I got it. Oh, wait, there's more here. Oh, 2 turnips. 2 turnips for me. Don't mind if I do. Okay, so let's go... So we go back to garage, or we can keep going. I think we could keep going for now. Laboratory. Oh, dark room, I guess, then. The dark room is off, so it won't do the thing. Fuck. Alright, let's go back to the garage. Extraordinary. What game is this? I see blueprints, but I'm not connecting the dots here. Blueprints has a spin on the name Blueprint, which is like you need the blueprint of the house and stuff. It's a mystery game where you use this blueprint to try to get to other parts of the house and stuff, and it's pretty cool. I quite like it. Like this art style. I do too. 3rd time this month. I forgot I had this magnifying glass. It could be used for the dark room. Which means I could go security spare room. But it's pretty fun. It's just like a RNG puzzle game. Roguelike puzzle game. It's pretty fun. I quite enjoy it. I did plot and pilot, huh? Oh wait, I should be writing the fuck. God damn it. So study plot pilot I. Plot pilot as an I. And then in the observatory it is Tube Tub. Doom Dragon, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy hanging out. E. Let's go back to here. Back to the passage. Let's go this way. Use terrace, patio, guest bedroom gives us 10. Green rooms. Let's do the guest bedroom because it'll give us like 17 more, I think. Because no, 15. Okay. Any other secrets in here? Don't think so. Don't want the world to save me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. Interesting. Oh, it's a good thing I turned this off, actually. Oh, but I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Let's do this one. Fuck. Fuck, Chad, you took us to the wine cellar. Nothing. Fuck. Nothing. Nothing. Shit. I also forgot to open the garage door while I was down there. So there's that. So let's go. Oh wait. Crate chart. Did I do this one? I think I did this one, right? Crate chart. Crate. Chart, cart. Oh, I didn't do this one. Stock. Box. Storage. Thank you for the song request. I don't know this one. Chapel Nook. Okay. Chapel Nook. Observatory hallway. Oh no, go this way. That's not the. Oh, I got you. Hold on. CRO. It is because it is not on Spotify. I will refund you because I don't see it on Spotify at the very least. Boop. Okay. That would spook me, but okay. Oh, I was supposed to use a lockpick. Oops. Billiard room. 17. 10 minus 4, 6 times 3. Wait, 6. 18. 20 minus 10. 20 minus 10 is 10. Times 20 divided by 4 is 5. Oh my god! Okay. 12 minus is 1 times 1 times 4 times 2 divided by 4. Woo! Oh, fuck, okay, tiger tier. G. Ew, my pen is being weird. I might make a new chart for this. Drawing room. This one is stage T. What's the right spot for it? No, T is below it. This way. Oh, the boiler room. I haven't gone in the boiler room yet. Interesting. Okay. Okay, that one's good. Is there any charts in here? Oh. Okay, well, I guess we'll just do it this way. Boop. There we go. Do. Huh? Can I not? Oh, there's a lever on that side. Oh, but there's a thing right there. Is that another way to get across? The only way I can do that is if I get this to come down, I think, though. The only way to get that to come down is if I think I do this. I think I have to stop it. Oh. Oh, I bet those mean something too, huh? Fuck, okay. Yeah, I did it. There you go. This one can go this way and then go this way. Yeah. I can go up here. But I stand in California. It's in the sand. Oh, okay. So now all the power has to go to this thing then? And I'll touch yours. Where am I? Commissary weight room archives. Sure. Okay. So now I have to go back down. And then I need to route, I think, all the power to that guy. Your playlist is so nice every time, to be honest. Songs are banger. I'm glad you like it. I also enjoy my playlist. To be fair, it's a mix of all the songs that we like. I think I did put it the wrong way. I think that's the right one. No. There we go. Now I can go back up and see which one is missing. I think. We are missing one. Which one are we missing? Is it this guy? Yeah, there we go. Doesn't matter which one it is. I think this is the only door that needs the power. I think. I don't know where this power has to go. It's on though. I wonder if this is something that'll stay. Because, like, sometimes when there's, like, puzzle rooms, they just kind of stay. Rumpus room. I would like a rumpus room. Because rumpus room tells us secrets. Alright, Alzar. Tell me the secrets. What am I missing here?
As it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. Yes. The fog is clearing. I see a shadow in the doorway. Silent footsteps in the hallways. An unlatched gate you did not open. A missing item you did not take. I see
Ow.
a young boy watched from afar. A young boy who once was brave.
Getting our future told.
Afraid. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
I like it. I like it. Picasso. Very cool. Give me those dice. I spotted them out of the corner of my eye. Alrighty. We gotta hope that this goes back around. This room is up to the... I'm not gonna do this one. Because, like, it's... The pen I'm using is poo. There's 2 steps. Let's just do the gymnasium. Because it'll do 2 steps. Oh, and I turned the gymnasium off because I'm smart. Alright. The library, the commissary. Let's do the library. Co-check. Okay, play plan. Locksmith, co-check. Is there... I might just do the code check and then say that that is... Oh, I could go back to archives. No, I can't. Because the thing is closed. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Yeah, time-wise, that's fine. Let's check in. I don't know what I want to check in. I think... I want to check in the magnifying glass. Actually, check item... magnifying glass. So that way... I check more than one. You ever checked an item? Please receive it before. Okay. Alright, alright. Alright. Yep. Alrighty. We have learned new things. On the next run, we will write down the the letters of every fucking room. Maybe that will be the network password or something. But we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it well. Alrighty. Now it's time to watch some TikToks. Time to watch TikToks. Multiple stores. Okay, cool. Alright. Let me see. The browser. Advanced properties. This isn't cool. Close. Alright. TikTok time. Let's watch some TikToks. Messages. Actually, we can start with what Pocky sent us. Let's watch what Pocky sent us, and then we'll watch that stuff. Let me duplicate this tab and bring it out here. Boop, boop. There you go. Okay. Hold on. Can I go last? Of course. Of course. Thank you for asking. Dude, this looks sick. So it looks like the start to a horror movie. Ooh, I like the car lights. Wow. Dude, that looks fucking sick. Yo! Pocket, this is hot shit. Good shit. Good shit. That looks cool. That looked very cool. I liked it. I liked how foggy everything was. Very cool. Very 10 out of 10. I liked it. Thank you for sharing it with us. Boop, boop. Alrighty. We will start with Buster's ones. Because Buster sent us some. Okay, cool. Oh! We listen to this all the time. Shadow plays this. Fuck yeah, that shit hits. Pixel showed me this. Oh, boys come round. You guys should watch this. Because this is like over a 2-minute. Meow. Meow. So far away, it's hard to scratch, you lovin'. You guys should watch this because it's a really fun animation, but it's over 2 minutes long, and I don't have the attention span to watch something that's 2 minutes long. Okay, love you. Bye. Wait, hold on. What did I watch? Hold on. Thank you for the videos. And then hold on. Respond lol. How will I keep track of all the cool videos? Okay. Lead done. Damn. Alright, take note, chat. It's lead done, okay? Alright. If he sent us some too. If he sent us some too. Hold on, I can paste the checkpoint. And then I'll go here. Okay. I know she's gonna scream. I love the mouth open. Damn, that's so mean. That's so mean. Antarctica. Lee Dun. Antarctica. Antarctica. Okay. Thank you for the wellness check. I will drink water. Also, I love your name. Huh. No, I don't like that one. I like this one though. The gula happy baby. What's newborn scrunch? I want a kid so bad, but I don't have the money for a kid, but I want a kid so boy I can have a fan. They also manifested Australia. Goddamn. You gotta be real. What? Okay. Fell asleep with stream on? I appreciate you. I hope you slept well. Thank you for checking in on my wellness. I've been seeing so many people eat horse treats, and I'm like, y'all are crazy. Oh, God, Jesus. She tries them because she's like, if I like them, if I can eat them, my horse can eat them. it's like a horse block. Hi, Moon. I don't know what it's made out of, though. Oh, gosh. Would you rather eat a horse treat or a horse treat? Good night, Pocky. Sleep well. Thank you for coming in. Oh, where am I right now? Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. I saw blog bugs. I done that already. No. Oh, what the freak? Hold on. I just sugar with some stuff for good for the horses. Yeah. What are horse treats made out of? Horse treats are made out of variety. No, I want the wait, the horse treat green. What is the horse treat like puck thing. It's a puck. Thank you for the head pads. It's like a puck. Is it a horse treat lick? Is it a lick thing? Lick it? Is it this? It's like a lick it thing. Look, they have so many flavors. They have molasses, they have mint, they have watermelon. They have fucking cherry. They have sport. They have fucking they have banana. What the fuck is this made out of? What is in it? What is in it? What is it made out of? It's just like sugar. Sugar and horse stuff. I'd try it. I love this. Buhanana. We learned the new word, Noxia, because of you. Lidada, I think, was the one. What is this? Oh, it's iron brew. I can't relate to this. New fixation unlocked. Yeah. Just be yourself. I was, and I on God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Lee Don Don. What was that word? That one was Ligma balls. That's what that one was. I got another one. I keep getting on them on my personal account now because I like them. A coven. Lee Don Don. Ooh. This is cute. I'm dead. This is very cute. Seems like there's a lot of concept video, though. Playtests are open. Okay. I'll bookmark it and I'll check it out later. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Was that all of them? It was. Okay. 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 And now we will do kiwis. And so I can do this. Oh, I saw this. I saw the aggro crab fucking peak update, dude. They're bringing them back. Bringing them back from the dead. I gotta scroll. I gotta scroll like a motherfucker. Scrolling up. Yeah. What is this? Wait, what's happening? Nope. I was gonna say this did not look like the thing I clicked. Sun. What the fuck, Kiwi?
Father, help!
Okay, hold on. Yeah. There you go. I had to do it manually. But you have to blow it, right? You'd have to blow through it, right? The thing is like you breathe it in. My diamonds would accidentally inhale it. That's what I'm saying. Wait, hold on. A large iced matcha coffee. Okay. I like this. I like that Waterboy was even like, on God. I haven't read one of that like that. I haven't seen that one either. What's wrong with the fan service beach episodes? Fair. I gotta send this to Little Leveling a Bridge. I would love that. There's 400. When you're about to give up, but you hear your neighbors yelling, keep going, don't stop, you're almost there. God damn it. Literally just, yeah. Yeah. I'll be yours. Okay, I'm uncomfortable now. Oh shit. I don't know what this is about. Oh, this is Robert Irwin. This is this Steve Irwin's son? I know his dad. Oh, it is. Damn. You think that means Steve Irwin was a good dancer? Do you think? I feel like this means that Steve Irwin was a really good dancer too. You know, or his mom. Maybe it was his mom. Damn, what the fuck? I was not expecting that, okay? That felt like a little bit like it violated my rights. One Piece would make it classic. That's actually kind of sick. Yo, I'm probably gonna have to stop by Powell bookstores. I might get a One Piece manga. Maybe. Just to have on my shelf. So true. It just goes back to a really cute game. Get 2-piece? What's 2-piece? Wait, hold on, what? Oh, on God. On God. I saw one in my apartment complex one time. It pissed me the fuck off. What's happening? What's happening? What is this? What is happening? I feel like there's a lot of context that the sequel to One Piece. Oh, obviously, that makes sense. Somehow Luffy created 2 One Pieces, and now it's the next generation. Like how Naruto and then Boruto is instead of 1 piece, it's 2 piece. I got it. Do you guys think there's a hentai version of One Piece called Bone Piece? I walked by the movies the other day and it was parked where a dumpster would go. Fair. What is happening? Me! I might make a TikTok like this. Not 2 piece, he gives up his rubber powers for a the 2 piece. I see. That's funny. I like it. Gang. The One Piece? Oh, what? Love you, Kiwi. Twist? Oh, I had this on my wish list, but I was like, I don't know if I'd actually play it, honestly. Because I'd have to have friends that want to play it, you know? Oh, the houses are cute, though. I want to eat salad. It's fine. Okay. This macaroni slaps, so we have some Costco macaroni slaps. What's happening? I'm gone wrong. Thank you for the lurk. Whoops, sorry. How do they keep it all tucked? Damn. I was hired to try and join up with a criminal gang and tell random sniper I just met to shoot down a flag to save you from government abduction, but you're not nerdy enough to understand. What? I haven't gotten there yet, man. Hi, Lily Cowbell. I love the name. Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy watching TikToks with us. I realize I'm still on blueprints. Hold on. That's a lie. Puzzles. Just chatting. There we go. Thank you for the head back. I do want to watch this or read it. Probably read it though, because then the pacing is up to me and how fast I can read. Hey, I just changed my Twitch name today. Oh, fair. What was it before? It's a very cute name though. Boop. Thank you for the wellness check. I'm gonna skip this because I don't really know what's happening. I love this. Thank you for the wellness check. I have drinking some hydration. Now I will eat more salad because I have to before I can eat my macaroni. Oh! Got it. Well, I like this name. This name is cute. I don't watch My Hero Academia, I'm gonna be honest. I've just been eating on a new part tells me about a bandit full of muscle-bound Amazonian female orcs and God. Oh God. I mean, more now. No, I got them. I remember you. I remember you. I may not have a lot of brain cells, Lily, but I remember each and every one of you. You just gotta let me know when you change your name, because then I won't. I'll be confused. I mean, a smoking insurance center. Yep. On God. Nope. Oh, sorry. I'm just booping around because my body's tired. Mood. I'm sorry, Knox. Okay, this is like a cute edit though, so I gotta watch, even though I don't know what's happening. A salad sucks. Very bitter. What happening? Why is she dying? I don't know what's happening. It looks really cool though. Ooh, impact frames. We love impact frames. We made a video on it. It's just fair. Oh, pretty birdie. What am I waiting for? Yay! Finari. Burger. I do like Finari. I was worth the wait. Would wait again. Yep, me too. That's so pretty. That's so pretty. God, that would be really pretty in a necklace. This like pattern that he made. Really pretty in a necklace. Ooh. 100 years ago, people were also being silly with their cats. Oh, I love this! Aww. Wait. Small Victorian cat child. Love it. It's so good. God damn it, Kiwi. I'm eating macaroni. God damn it, Kiwi. Oh my god! I saw this and it's so cute, but I don't play Marvel Rival. It's too overstimulating for me. But I really like all the skins that have been coming out for the game. Like Lady Loki's coming out and I'm like, fuck. Oh, shoes. So cute. Truck. What? Along. Let me see that thong. Fuck yeah. Oh. Huh. Oh god, poor Gallon. Ooh. Oh, bro. Please. The hair looks nice. Still chunky boy. Oh. It looks like they also did Coop. Or not Coop, Prism. Damn, look at that. Damn. Ooh. Ooh. Break it. Yay! That's stressful. Oh my god, that was stressful. Ugh. Boop. Very clean. Also very nice. Oh, is this? Yeah. Aw. Oh. Baby monkey. Damn, what the fuck? Why did he get smacked? What the fuck? I do like deviled eggs, though. I wish I was really good at whatever this is. Spinning tops? Or yo-yos? Both? It's just a neat thing to be able to do. She's so cute. Large celery. What? Yeah. Yeah! On God. Mm-hmm. I forgot they did another one of this one. Hold on. That I liked. Hold on. It was this one? No. They did it again. Hold on. No. Where is it? I don't know. But they did it to a different song and I liked it a lot. Oh. My back hurt. Ah, fat ass. I'm sorry. That's what my cat's like. My cat does that. Damn. Oh. My back be hurting too. Mm-hmm. Cute. Oh. I liked it. I liked it. That was cute. Dude, on God. What? Mm-hmm. Cheese loves me, thank you. Me a vision of one. I don't get those no more. Fuck yeah, Kiwi, let's go. Oh my God, yes! I wish I finished Far Cry 5. Mm-hmm. He's so evil. Touch of Tism construction. Hold on. I just gotta favor that for later when I want to build a house. Dude, I see this. This shit pissed me the fuck off, brother. They had such a graceful 2D and then went to absolutely garbage 3D, bro. I like chocolate oranges. I saw this. Did we watch this last week? Or I watched this on my own? I don't know. She makes them friends and then they become baby and she gets big boobies. What do you mean Microsoft Excel World Championship? Looks like a fucking esports thing. What the fuck do you mean? Banana. Why is he banana like that? Was that East West Ireland goes hard on God, but it's like crazy. I'm really distraught by this banana eating Yoda. Was in the barn alone and heard knocking, thought it was a ghost. I didn't mean to imbue a soul in there. She. That's cute. Oh, hello. Ah, it's so cute. I like him. Wait, hold on. No, I won't go back. I like him. He's cute. Splash flare? That was an atomic bomb, bro. Are these all gonna be like atomic bombs? God damn. God damn. God damn. Okay, that one wasn't. Whoa. Atomic. I don't think that's gonna stop him. Yeah, that's what I thought. I have no idea what that anime is about, other than that guy is an atom, I guess. He can explode real big. Damn. Rip that planet. This is long. I don't want to watch the whole thing. I'm lazy. Hello. Maybe. I'm a cabbage roll. The FBI when I like this pose. True. Thank you, Anya. True. Uh-huh. Fair. It's like those big, thick pills, right? What? Oh. Lest I cry. Love you, Kiwi. What's happening? Damn, this lady buff. Fucking comments. The comments are hiding behind me, but goddamn. No, I'm full. I'll drink some water, though. Having a wonderful Christmas time. Okay. 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 I hope he feels better. I put the thingamabob inside the whatchamacall. Oh. Turn the doohickey and the whatever, it still doesn't work. Any ideas? Damn. Shit. Did they try the Doomafletchy? If you ever die your first, just know that whenever I see your month, your post. Ah. This wasn't my main Nightcore song, but this was a good Nightcore song. Hey, man. Oh, I love people with ADHD because they never really forget anything. You just have to say 2 right words to activate the sleeper agent, and they awaken the knowledge of every nice niche subject. That's just so true. I gotta send this to Pixels. Dogs and babies. Oh, gross. Ah. Oh, they're both babies. Ew. Aw, you gonna tuck him in? You gonna Aw. That's a big dog. That's a big dog. Oh, goodness. They're both babies, though. Hello, Mega Deathclaw. How are you doing? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. Bye. We're just watching TikToks that Chad sent us. Babies and floofy babies. That's so cute. When you adopt a dog right after having so they can oh, stop it. That's too cute. Oh. Let's go, Canadian. Hello. And hello, Condemned. Welcome on in, the both of you. Or welcome on back. Oh. Oh. That baby always conked his head. Ugh. She's going. She's going. She's going to that dog. Oh, no. Is this Perry the Platypus? Oh, yes, it is. What the fuck? They went out like that. Okay, fair. Let me see that. God damn. God damn. Lane, have you heard of the Inferno Cop? I don't think so. Dude, I actually thought this was kind of cool, though. Is he giant? It's actually really cool. It's actually kind of sick. Oh. Oh. Oh, I love otters. Otters are so cute. So cute. Okay. We will now do Vexed, and then we get off for the night. Though this will take me a hot second because there's 89 of them. Hold on. Schwap. So I can know where to stop. Okay, there. Scrolling. Went too far. Oh, I accidentally sent that to them twice. Whoops. I apologize, officer, but the speed limit does not apply when the Halo 3 Warthog run music is playing. Fair. Fair, but that's so dangerous, though, but fair. I fuck something up. I guess we'll find out. Or maybe it uncount. I made sure to only add the last two since I added a bunch last week. That's fair. I don't know. I said, I don't know. Maybe I miscounted. I don't know. We'll find out. Boop. Oh, he did not like that. You want to pet the puppy? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh, big old baby. Oh. Hello. Hello. Oh. Meow. Meow. Oh, that's so stressful. Aww. Meow. Oh, he eepy. That's fucking crazy. I want to be a Ghostbuster next year for Halloween. United we shall slay the horsemen. Oh, more peak movie, fair. I love that. 10 out of 10 edit. What's happening? What's happening? I love the Wall-E movie. What's happening? I like it. I like it. Fair. Fair. It's fair. What is this? What is this? What is this? Oh, this is Wolfenstein? That's a lot of guns. I've never played this game before. Looks fun though. It is whispering. I like that a lot. That was nice. What was it? Absolutely good fair. Me being crane away with that. I like that. Voice actors, man. They'd be crazy. Hers, Barry. Aww. He's a bibble bibble. Yeah, bibble bibble. I love that. Ooh. Ooh. Very pretty. Fucking these things. I had a lot of these on my For You page. Oh. He spun. Damn. The DIA is a go-to study spot. I believe that. Oh yeah, is this the one when like someone's making a computer in Minecraft? I've gotten one and one other one that drastic. Not the bare feet in full armor. Fair. Oh. The... What the fuck? Damn. Extend the service. Human key versus. That's spooky. I'm okay. Dumbass baby. What do you mean he's snoring right now? You can't add days to your life, but you can add life to your days. You sniffing what I'm shitting. Again, I'm sorry. And then, that's funny. That's funny as fuck. The prison's alright. It's also it was very scary. I pick Clark. Oh shit. I thought it kind of reminded me of the Blue's Clues one. That one's green though. Damn, fair shit. Damn. Damn. Ooh, what's this one? Oh, the Red Cross. Sure. Woo! COVID took so much from so many, and we just I know. We just moved on. And you find me. I like mushrooms. That's an inky cap. I don't know what that one is, but I think it's cool. It kind of like stands. Ooh. You save so many babies. Babies are good. Ooh. I love mushrooms. I don't know what this is, but I like it a lot. I like the line, "Who's my favorite little psychopath?" That was great. What's happening? Oh. Treepang 2 is goated. What it's about? What 'tis about? Oh, dude, that guy. This is sick. The fuck? Whoa. Humans saw rocks and sticks and decided to create this. True. Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't know who this is, but I like him. Hello. Is this MTV Cribs? It's a horror game disguised as an FPS with a lot of advanced. Ooh. Your man must be swift as a coursing river, on the force of a great typhoon, on the wave of the raging fire. Fuck, let me out. What's happening? Sanji robot. Awesome. It must be swift as the coursing river, with all the force of a great typhoon, with all the rank of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of... Fuck yeah. Very true. They put the master chip in the shoulder. The shoulder. Damn, his teeth. His teeth. Baby. He was holding a baby. My dad abandoned his car with a coke head. That's crazy. Also, I've done these. These are fucking crazy. It's like, it's weird. Yo, Loki, just imagine something. Sorry, I can't. Just fucking sorry. I don't know what's happening. What? What? Between fall. Okay. Ooh. Oh, is that Brokeback Mountain? I think that's what it's called. Wart. Venus extravaganza. I'm sorry, Roberta. We will never forget you. Of course not. Oh, fucking. Dan and Phil, man. Ten out of 10. Ew! A succulent Chinese meal? The naughty list has manifest. Oh, thank you for the boop. I will be there soon. I promise. I'll speedrun. Every queer person needs to watch Paris is Burning. Too many of us forget about... fair. God damn it, Vexed. Wait, did I accidentally... Okay. God damn it. How it feels to try and follow instructions at work as... Very true. A couple hands into strip poker and it's become increasing, obviously. Excuse me? Huh? Thank you for the boop. Right down to bros the veins. Pickle me 3. Fire and ice. I like that the ape and the existential being is in the corner. It's cool. Wart. I do like that symbol though. It's very pretty. Fair game. Want that as a tattoo? That's so fair. Be a good tattoo. Aww. He's a deer. Ooh. I don't know what's happening. Is my FBI agent gonna be mad at me? Fair. Excuse me? Okay. This is stressing me out. How's it going? Hi, Breaking My Bones. Maybe for the office is gonna routine. Well, it's going good. Welcome on in. We're just watching TikToks that chat sent us. This is gonna be a lot of edits, funny memes, and love and life. Fallout, maybe? SCP? This guy's got a breathy voice. He's like, it's a good voice, though. I like the voice. Not unless the dogscape happens. The dogscape happens, everybody's fucked. I like that. I think that's the Volgun. He is a goated podcast maker. Ooh, I like his voice. It was just very breathy. Want the pizza? You can have the pizza. I like that. It's got a lot of S. Ooh. What is this about? Oh! Hold on, I'm gonna write down the Bull Run real quick. Don't mind this. We were just looking at horse treats. Okay, cool. So pretty. I would love to just like fly over a city like this. I think it'd be really cool. Or to be at like a top, like on top of it, like a tall building. I'm surprised this isn't horizontal. That's very valid, Vexed. I'm so surprised this isn't horizontal. Vexed! God damn it. Me after finishing anyway because I am too... Yeah, same. Saigon was the capital of South Vietnam, and after they lost it, it was renamed after Ho Chi Minh. Oh! That's fair. I would do this to you, Vexed. I would do this to Kiwi as well. Aww. That's crazy. No. Fair. No, the white olives got in the lettuce. Ooh. Oh, yeah, all the deaths that Nestle had. Yep. Me down on my dice. What the fuck? So go the miserable now. What the fuck is the third game? I hope they come out with a third game. I mean, you got Ace Combat this year, Andrea. And next year you'll get Titanfall. You know, my ducks are absolutely not in a row. Some are missing. One's on fire, and I'm pretty sure one's a pigeon. Fair. It's kind of awkward. I like that it says Sora AI, but it's clearly a real person. Whoops. No, I wanted to see more. Knock some sense into him. I mean, he's still doing it, though. Oh, what's the stuffed animal's name? God damn it. A drag path, but it's all the features that COVID has taken away from us. Damn. Yep. Just a burn through the bushes and that shit slaps. Where is he going? Oh no, that's the headlight. Oh, use the AI to hide your cringe on God. Stop it, Max. When the test is so hard, you start learning things by reading the stuff. That's so relatable. So relatable. Oh yeah, ChatGPT is like, nah. Vietnam went crazy. They won against France, America, and China, as well as fair. Donny Boy 94, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you enjoy watching TikToks with us. Star Wars. Rock would be goated if he didn't keep getting fair. Damn. Cool. Damn. I watch Rogue One again. I've not known peace since she learned. Fair. Hmm. I say that flower for fair. I was gonna say I like that we saw the original of it, and then we saw that one. New apartment I got on Etsy. It was big fucking home mission. Did they not? Oh, fair. Why would you get it on Etsy? Etsy doesn't sell apartments. Oh, we're ending with the mindfuck. Got it. Very good. 10 out of 10. All right. Very good. 10 out of 10. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. We're going to go see who is still streaming. Thank you guys again for hanging out. I had a really fun time. We're going to raid Princess Buttercup. They're playing Silent Hill. We talked about Silent Hill earlier. Wait, is she ending? Nah, she's still playing. Right? Yeah. Pretty voice lady. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out. Go have fun with Princess Buttercup. They're super sweet. Do you gotta watch some positive edits? Gotta get that. Then you should watch us on Fridays or talk to Vex. Honestly, Vex has a lot of positive edits. But Eric, I need to send you some. I got you guys. Thanks for streaming. Have a good night. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I love you guys so fucking much. If somebody lights off edits next time, fuck. Let's go. I love you guys a lot. There's a raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did. Thank you for hanging out. For my straw hats, we won't be watching One Piece this Sunday because I have to go shopping because I have family coming over, so I have to go shopping for groceries and stuff around the house. Now that I have money, I need to go buy stuff and a Christmas tree. I need to get a Christmas tree, so we won't be watching it. But I love you. I love you guys so much. I'll see you guys on Monday. Feel free to always join me in the Discord. Message me on Discord. Doesn't matter. I'm always on, but I love you guys. I will see you guys on Monday. Mwah. Good night. Remember, be goober, be better. See you guys next time.